The Mastermind by Theron Q. Dumont. Chapter 1. The Mastermind. In this book, there will be nothing said concerning metaphysical theories or philosophical hypotheses. Instead, there will be a very strict adherence to the principles of psychology. There will be nothing said of spirit or soul, but very much said of mind. We shall not even enter into a discussion of the subject of what is the mind. Instead, we shall confine our thought to the subject of how does the mind work. For the purposes of the present consideration, we shall rest content with the fundamental postulate that every man or woman has a mind, and the corollary that when an intelligent man or woman speaks of myself, he or she is conscious that his or her mind has a more intimate relation to that self than has his or her body. We can and do know much about how the mind works, but we know little or nothing about what the mind really is. But for that matter, so far as practical purposes are concerned, it makes very little difference to us just what the mind is, providing we know just how it works and how it may be controlled and managed. A well-known psychologist has well said, "Psychology is no more bound to begin by telling what the mind is than physics is obliged to start by settling the vexed question as to what matter is." Psychology studies the phenomena of mind just as physics investigates those of matter. Fortunately, phenomena do not change with our varying views as to what things really are. If a man hold the strange theory that electricity was a flock of invisible molecular goats that pranced along a wire with inconceivable rapidity, he would still have to insulate the wires in the same way, generate the current in the same way. In this book, we shall not invade the field of metaphysics or the region of philosophy with the endless discussions concerning the just what is of the soul, self, or mind. Rather, shall we dwell contentedly in the safer region of mental facts, and speak only of the just how to do things with the mind based upon the discovery of just how the mind works, made by advanced psychology. This is the method of the pragmatic plan, now so favored by modern thinkers, the plan which is concerned with the how rather than with the ultimate why. As William James has said, pragmatism is the attitude of looking away from first things, principles, categories, supposed necessities, and of looking forward toward last things, fruits, consequences, facts. Modern psychology is essentially pragmatic in its treatment of the subject of the mind, giving to metaphysics the old arguments and disputes regarding the ultimate nature of mind, while it bends all its energies upon discovering the laws of mental activities and states, and developing methods whereby the mind may be trained to perform better and more work, to conserve its energies, to concentrate its forces. What do you mean by the mastermind? Simply this, that the mastermind is consciously, deliberately, and voluntarily built up, cultivated, developed, and used, whereas the ordinary mind is usually unconsciously built up, cultivated, and developed without voluntary effort on its own part, but solely by the force and power of impressions from the outside world. In short, the ordinary mind is a mere creature of circumstances, driven hither and thither by the winds of outside forces and lacking the guidance of the hand on the wheel, while the mastermind proceeds in the true course mapped out by intelligence and determined by will, with sails set so as to catch the best breeze from the outside world, and steered by the master hand at the wheel under the direction of the compass of intelligence. The average man is a very slave to his thoughts and feelings. A stream of thought and feeling flows through him, moving him hither and thither with little or no voluntary choice on his own part. We can deliberately and voluntarily select and choose the particular wind which is to force our mental boat forward, or to choose and select the particular stream of thought and feeling which is to be allowed to flow through our mind. There are three general conditions of human mentality, namely, first, mental slavery, in which the mind is the slave and servant of outside forces and influences. Second, partial freedom, in which the mind is largely controlled by outside influences, while at the same time a limited amount of voluntary control and direction has been acquired. And third, mental mastery, in which the mental faculties and emotional organism have been brought under the control of the will and judgment. The great masses of persons are in the first of the above-named classes. A comparatively small number have passed into the second class, while a still smaller number have passed into the third class and have become the masterminds of their time and place. A talented writer has said, "We moderns are unaccustomed to the mastery over our inner thoughts and feelings. That a man should be a prey to any thought that chances to take possession of his mind is commonly among us assumed as unavoidable. Yet this is an absurd position for man, the heir of all the ages, to be in, hag-ridden by the flimsy creatures of his own brain. If a pebble in our boot torments us, we expel it, and once the matter is fairly understood, it is just as easy to expel an intruding and obnoxious thought from the mind. About this there ought to be no mistake, no two opinions. It should be as easy to expel an obnoxious thought from the mind as to shake a stone out of your shoe. And until a man can do that, it is just nonsense to talk about his ascendancy over nature. He is a mere slave and a prey to the bat-winged phantoms that flit through the corridors of his own brain. It is one of the prominent doctrines of some of the Oriental schools of practical psychology that the power of expelling thoughts, or if need be killing them dead on the spot, must be attained. Naturally, the art requires practice, but like other arts, when once acquired there is no mystery or difficulty about it. It is worth practice. It may be fairly said that life only begins when this art has been acquired. For obviously, when, instead of being ruled by individual thoughts, the whole flock of them in their immense multitude and variety and capacity is ours to direct and dispatch and employ where we list, life becomes a thing so vast and grand compared to what it was before, that its former condition may well appear almost antenatal. If you can kill a thought dead, for the time being, you can do anything else with it that you please. And it not only frees a man from mental torment, which is 9/10 at least of the torment of life, but it gives him a concentrated power of handling mental work absolutely unknown to him before. While at work, your thought is to be absolutely concentrated upon and in it, undistracted by anything whatever irrelevant to the matter in hand. Then, when the work is finished, if there is no more occasion for the use of the machine, it must stop equally, absolutely stop entirely, no worrying, and the man must retire into that region of his consciousness where his true self dwells. I say that the power of the thought machine is enormously increased by this faculty of letting it alone on the one hand, and of using it singly and with concentration on the other. It becomes a true tool which a master workman lays down when done with, but which only a bungler carries about with him all the time to show that he is the possessor of it. Then, on and beyond the work, turned out by the tool itself, is the knowledge that comes to us apart from its use. When the noise of the workshop is over, and mallet and plane laid aside, the faint sounds coming through the open window from the valley and the far seashore, the dim fringe of diviner knowledge which begins to grow, poor thing, as soon as the eternal click-clack of thought is over, the extraordinary intuitions, perceptions, which, though partaking in some degree of the character of the thought, spring from entirely different conditions, and are the forerunners of a changed consciousness. 9/10 of the scattered or sporadic thought with which the mind usually occupies itself, when not concentrated on any definite work, is what may be called self-thought. Thought of a kind which dwells on and exaggerates the sense of self. One of the most excellent results of such an effort to suppress it, that with the stilling of all the phantoms which hover around the lower self, one's relations to others, to one's friends, to the world at large, and one's perceptions of all that is concerned in these relations, come out into a purity and distinctness unknown before. Obviously, when the mind is full of little desires and fears which concern the local self, and is clouded over by the thought images which such desires and fears evoke, it is impossible that it should see and understand the greater facts beyond. But with the subsiding of the former, the great vision begins to dawn, and a man never feels less alone than when he has ceased to think whether he is alone or not. From the above, the reader may get a general idea of what we mean when we speak of the master mind. It may be safely stated that anyone of average intelligence, with ordinary study and practice, may master these principles and methods of application to such an extent that he will know for himself, by actual results obtained, that he is no longer a mental slave, but has developed into a mental master. The individual of the mastermind is able to so control his powers of attention and concentration that he will be able to choose and select exactly the kind of thoughts and ideas which he requires in his business of life and effort. Moreover, he will be able to manifest these thoughts and ideas into effective and efficient action and expression, so as to obtain precisely the kind of results desired by him. Not only will he be able to govern, select, control, and choose the character and quality of his thoughts and ideas, but also to manifest the same power regarding his emotions and feelings, his tastes and likes. And this last is very important, for most of our thoughts and ideas come to us in response to our feelings, desires, and likes. The individual of the mastermind is able to set to work intelligently and under full control those marvelous faculties which operate on the subconscious planes of mind, and which are able and willing to perform much of our mental work for us below the surface of ordinary consciousness, and thus leave free for other tasks the faculties ordinarily employed in the thinking processes. It is believed by the best authorities on the subject that fully 85% of our mental activities are performed on planes under the surface of our ordinary consciousness. One who is able to control and master these subconscious mental activities will and must be capable of results impossible to those who allow their subconscious mentality to wander about like horses in a pasture, or else rush like runaway horses in whatever direction they like, and thus wreck the chariot rather than reaching the goal of the ambitious. In short, the individual of the mastermind is indeed a master of his mental machinery, and is able to turn out a mental product of the highest quality and degree of efficiency. And thus, being the master of himself, he becomes the master of much in the outside world. To the mastermind, even circumstances seem to come under conscious control and management, and other men and women seem to be ready to accept direction and control from such a masterful mentality. The mastermind creates a world for itself, in which it dwells supreme, and to which it attracts and draws that which is conducive to its welfare and happiness, its success and achievement. You're invited to become a mastermind. Will you accept the invitation? If so, you will carefully study the principles herein explained and apply the methods herein set forth and described. Chapter 2. The Mind Master. The idea of mastery inevitably carries with it the notion of dominion, power, or supremacy exercised by some person or thing which is regarded as the master. The spirit and essence of the term master is that of governor, ruler, director, leader, manager, or controller. In all forms of government, there is to be found a certain central point of authority, a certain central power, which is sovereign within its own realm, and which has the authority to promulgate commands and the authority to enforce them. The reasoning mind at once applies this principle to the question of the operation and government of the mental powers and faculties. If the mind is held to be governed at all, then there must be some central governing authority, some mind master, whose authority, when exercised, is recognized and obeyed by the other mental units, powers, faculties, or forces. Some psychologists would have us believe that the intellectual faculties are the governing powers of the mind. But in many cases, the feelings, desires, and emotional factors of the person run away with his reason, and not only cause him to do things which his reason tells him that he should not do, but also so influence his reason that his reasons are usually merely excuses to his actions performed in response to his feelings and emotions. Other psychologists would have us believe that the desires, feelings, and emotions of the individual are his mental masters. But when we examine closely into the matter, we find that in the case of certain individuals, there is a greater or less subordination of the feelings and emotions to the dictates of reason, And in the case of recognized mental masters, it is even found that the very feelings, passions, and emotions are so obedient to higher mental authority that they may actually be transformed and transmuted into other forms of feeling and emotion in response to the orders or commands of the central authority. The investigator discovers that not in will itself, but in a something lying at the very center of will, is to be found the mind master. While it is seen that the will is higher in power and authority than either thought or feeling, yet it is also seen that in most cases the will is controlled and brought into activity by the feelings, and that in other cases it is started into action by the result of thought or intellectual effort. This being so, the will cannot be considered as being always the mind master. Those who have persisted in the search have been rewarded by a higher discovery. They have found that there is a third class of individuals, a smaller class to be sure, who seem to be masters of the will activity and who, standing in the position of a judge and sovereign power, first carefully weigh the merits of both feelings and thoughts and then decide to exercise the willpower in a certain determined direction, and then actually do exert that power. These men are the real masterminds. There is in the mental realm of every individual a certain something which occupies the position of central authority, power, and control over the entire mental kingdom of that person. In most cases, we regret to say, this something seems to be asleep, and the kingdom is allowed to run itself automatically. In other cases, this central authority has partially awakened, and consequently exerts at least a measure of its authority over its kingdom. Rising in the scale, we find cases of still greater degree of awakening until finally we discover a very small class in whom the central authority has become almost or quite fully awake, and in whom this mind master has taken active control of his kingdom. This first class is composed of the masses of the people. The second class is composed of those who occupy positions and places of more or less authority and power in the world's affairs. And the third class is composed of those exceptional individuals who are the natural rulers of the destiny of the race, the real masterminds. There is only one way of aiding the investigator to discover this something, this central authority, this mind master. That one way consists of directing the investigator to turn his perception inward and to take stock of his numerous mental faculties, powers, activities, and bits of mechanism, and to then set aside as merely incidental and subordinate all that appears to be so. When all these have been set aside in the process of elimination, then there will be found something which is left after the process, and which absolutely refuses to be set aside as merely incidental and subordinate, and that something is then perceived to be the central authority, or mind master. You, the person now reading these words, are now asked to make this search of your mental kingdom, this search which has for its aim the discovery of the something within yourself, which is the mind master, and which, when fully aroused into conscious power and activity, makes you a master mind. You will not be asked to accept any metaphysical theories or religious dogmas, the search will be confined to strictly psychological fields and will proceed along strictly scientific lines. Your own consciousness will be the court of last appeal in the case. Let us begin with your sensations or report of your senses. You are constantly receiving reports of one or more of your 5 senses, namely the respective senses of touch, taste, smell, sight, and hearing. All these reports are in the form and nature of impressions received from the outside world. But we need but a little thought to convince us that we do not find here the essential fact and power of mind, but rather merely incidental and subordinate powers. We may shut out or shut off the channel of communication of any or all of the channels of the senses and still be conscious of our own mental existence. Or we may use the will through the power of attention and thus determine which of the many sets of sense impressions seeking admission to our consciousness we shall really receive and entertain in consciousness. If the sense impressions were the masters, we could not do this. There is always a something within which is really the subject of these sense reports, a something to which these reports are presented, and which receives them. In short, there is always the something which knows or experiences these sensations. We recognize and express this fact when we say, I feel, I see, I hear, etc. The I is always the subject which experiences the sense reports, the something to whom the messages are presented. And as this something is capable of either accepting or rejecting or selecting and controlling these messages or reports, then the latter cannot be regarded as the mind master. In the same way, we next proceed to the consideration of the emotional phases of our mentality. The emotional part of our nature is very powerful, so powerful indeed that it often seems to rule the entire being of the individual. But a little careful examination will convince us that we may, by the use of the will, not only refuse to obey our emotional urges and demands, but may even destroy them or replace them with others. If our emotions were really masters, we would be bound to act upon them at all times and upon all occasions, for there would be nothing in us to say nay to them. But the advanced individuals have acquired the power of frequently deliberately setting aside the dictates of the emotions and of asserting the power of control over them. Here, too, in the case of the emotions, we discover the presence of that something within which is the subject of the emotions, the something to which the emotions report, and from whom they demand action. Here again we find this I occupying a higher seat and having the reports and demands of the subordinate faculties made upon it. And mark you this, that in spite of the constant change in the emotional stream of feeling, this I always remains the same. Next, we consider the great realm of thought. Here, too, we find a constant stream of thoughts flowing past the something, the I, which is practically the spectator of the flowing stream, and which also has the power of directing and controlling the stream. While it is true that the individuals of primitive natures are almost passive spectators of the streams of their thoughts, it is an unquestioned fact that other individuals who have cultivated their willpower are able to turn their attention to this kind of thoughts or that kind, and thus control and determine just what kind of thoughts they shall think. Every student performs this feat of control and mastery when he voluntarily directs his attention to some particular study which he desires to master. In fact, all voluntary attention is performed by the exercise of this power of the will, exerted by this something within which we call I, and which thus proves itself to be the master of thoughts. The individual who has trained his mind to obey his will is able to direct his thought processes just as he directs his feet or his hands or his body. This being so, we cannot consider our thought processes or faculties as the mind master, but must look for the latter in something still higher in authority. If the will in itself is the mind master, why is it that the will, in the case of so many persons, allows itself to be controlled and called into action by ordinary feelings, desires, emotions, or passions, or on the other hand, is called into action by the most trifling passing thought or idea? In such cases, it would appear that the will is really the obedient servant rather than the master, that the machinery of the will is the mechanism of control and action is undoubted. But what is it that controls and directs the will in the cases of individuals of strong will power? In such cases, it would seem that not only must the will be strong, but that there must be some stronger, something which is able to control, direct, and apply the power of the will in moments in which you have exerted your will power. Did you identify yourself with your will, or did you feel that your will was an instrument of power, belonging to you and being operated by you? Were you not at such moments aware of feeling an overwhelming consciousness of the existence of yourself, or I, at the center of your mental being? All mental analysis brings the individual to the realization that at the very center of his mental being there abides and dwells a something, and he always calls this I, which is the permanent element of his being, while his sensations, his feelings, his emotions, his tastes, his thoughts, his beliefs, his ideas, and even his ideals have changed from time to time. He knows to a certainty that this I has been permanent, and that it is the same old I that has always been present during his entire life, from his earliest days. It is as if this I was an individual who had worn many successive coats or shoes or hats, but always remained the same individual. Moreover, while the individual may and does change his sensations, his feelings, his tastes, his passions, his emotions, and his whole general character in some cases, he is never able to change in the slightest degree this something within which he calls I. He can never run away from this I, nor can he ever move it from its position. He may set apart for consideration each and every one of his mental experiences, his sensations, his thoughts, his feelings, his ideas, and all the rest. But he can never set off from himself this I for such inspection. He can know this I only as his self, that something within at the very center of his consciousness. This something within this I is that entity which in philosophy and metaphysics has been called the ego. but such name does nothing in the way of defining it. All that you can know is that it is, and you know this from the ultimate report of your own consciousness. This ego is the mind master, the central authority of your mind. It is this that is able to master, control, manage, rule, regulate, and direct all of your mental faculties, energies, powers, forces, and mechanism. It is this ego, when fully awakened into activity, which constitutes the essence of the mastermind. Your task is not to try to learn just what the ego is, for you will never know this. Your task is to strive to awaken it into active consciousness so that it may realize its power and begin to employ it. You can awaken it by the proper mental attitude toward it, by the conscious realization of its presence and power. Your will is strong already. It does not need strengthening. What is needed is that you urge your ego into realizing that it can use your willpower, and to teach it to use the same by means of the right kind of exercises. You must learn to gradually awaken the half-asleep giant and set it to work in its own natural field of endeavor and activity. He who will carefully consider the above statements of truth and will make them a part of his mental armament will have grasped the secret of the mastermind. Chapter 3. The Slave Will and the Master Will. All deep students of psychology discover that the will is the innermost garment of the ego, the mental sheath which lies beneath all the others, and which clings closely to the substance of the ego, so closely that it can scarcely be distinguished from its wearer. And so, the race has become accustomed to identifying the will with the ego. Perhaps you will get more clearly this conception of the ego behind the will. If we continue our illustration of the ego as sleeping in the case of the great masses of the race, half awake in the smaller portion of the race, and wide awake in the elect few who may be called the masterminds, the sleeping ego is like a person wrapped in slumber, who is almost unconscious, but who will turn over at the command of the bedfellow. The masses of the race, in whom the ego is dwelling in this condition, are really little more than automatons. Their wills are called into activity by every passing desire. Their passions and desires are uncontrolled, and their thought processes are the result of suggestions made by others, but which they accept and then fondly imagine they have thought the thing for themselves. The wills of such persons are slave wills, subject to the influence, control, and direction of others. The will processes of such persons are almost entirely what are known as reflex activities, requiring the employment of but little powers of judgment and little or no exercise of voluntary control. Nervous action is the result of that power resident in nervous ganglia, which often unconsciously causes many muscular and vital movements. The spinal cord is largely made up of such masses of nervous matter. If one were to prick the foot of a sleeper, the sensory nerve at that point would report the fact to one of the lower spinal nerve masses. This ganglion, without waiting to hear from the brain, would issue a command to the motor nerve, and the foot would be immediately withdrawn. Unless the thrust were severe, the sleeper would not awake, nor would he be conscious of pain or of the movement of his foot. This nervous action is called reflex. Because when the sensory nerve conveys an impulse to the ganglion, this impulse is at once and without the action of the mind reflected back by a motor nerve. After the child has learned the difficult art of balancing himself on his feet, walking becomes largely a reflex act. Some may object that we are making too strong a statement when we say that the mental activity of the great masses of people are practically akin to reflex actions. People think that they think, but in reality, the process of their thinking is almost reflex. That is to say, it is automatic and mechanical, rather than deliberate and controlled by will and judgment. Their thought is usually based upon some suggested premise, some so-called fact accepted through suggestion from others, and without verification or due consideration. Their accepted facts are usually found to be those which agree with their likes, feelings, or prejudices, rather than which are based upon careful and unprejudiced investigation. The process of reasoning of these people is likewise unsound in principle. Their so-called reasons are but excuses or explanations evolved to justify their decision or action, both of the latter being really based upon the desires, wishes, likes, or prejudices of the person, rather than upon his cool and deliberate judgment. Thoughts take form in action, and all will actions are based upon thoughts or feelings. Therefore, if the person's thoughts are reflex, then his will action is likewise. It is held by the best psychologists that practically all voluntary acts of will result from the power of desire. The rule is this: the greater the degree of the willpower of the individual, the greater is his degree of control over his desires. And as the degree of willpower is the degree of the wakefulness of the ego, it follows that the greater the wakefulness of the ego, the greater the degree of its control over the desires found within its mental realm. As the ego of most persons is in a state of more or less asleep, it follows that we should expect to find among such people but a slight degree of control of desire, and consequently of their actions resulting from desire. The animal, the young child, and the undeveloped man is impelled to act freely upon each and every desire of feeling that manifests within his mental being. He is restrained from such action only by fear of consequences. The desire action of the slave will is almost purely reflex and under no voluntary control, while that of the master will is under great voluntary control and direction. Some philosophers have sought to convince us that man is never more than an automaton, a creature of reflex activities, having no freedom of choice, will, and action. But the truth is grasped only when we consider the other side of the case. Then the real truth is seen to rest between the two extremes. In the cases of the masses of the race, the persons of the slave will, there is little or no real freedom of action, but rather there is an almost automatic response of will action to desire, motive. But, on the other hand, in the case of the advanced few of the race, the true individuals, the persons of the master will, there is secured the longed-for freedom of action by means of the control of the desire motives. Freedom consists in being able to choose between two or more alternative courses of action. If we have the power of alternative choice, we are within certain limits free. The average man will indignantly deny that his freedom of will action is in any way affected or restricted by outside or inside influences. He says, "I can act as I wish." But here is the point. He can act only as he wishes. And if his wishes are controlled or determined in any way, then so are his actions controlled and determined. And as his wishes are but forms of his desires, then unless he controls his desires, he does not control his wishes, but is controlled by them. And right here is the main distinction between the man of the slave will and the man of the master will. The slave will obeys the orders of its desires, feelings, and other wishes. Such a man is not free. In the true sense of the word, he is a slave to his wishes, his feelings, his desires, his passions, and he has no control over the thoughts and ideas which feed these desires and which often actually create them. The master will not only refuses to be controlled by the intruding desires, if these are deemed against his best interests, but he actually controls them. This last by controlling the ideas and thoughts which serve to feed and nourish these desires, and which, in many cases, also have actually created them. At the threshold of each higher act of will stands desire. In desire, properly so called, there must be a definite idea. There are always at least two alternatives in any line of conduct. Ideas detained in consciousness tend to fan the flame of feeling. These ideas may be dismissed and others summoned to repress the flame of feeling. In the higher type of action, the will can go out only in the direction of an idea. Every idea which becomes an object of desire is a motive. The will tends to go out in the direction of the greatest motive, that is, toward the object which seems the most desirable. But the will, through voluntary attention, puts energy into a motive idea, and thus makes it strong. It is impossible to center the attention long on an idea without developing positive or negative interest, attraction, or repulsion. Thus does the will develop motives. The will determines which motives shall become the strongest by determining which ideas shall occupy the field of consciousness. Emotion and desire are as in the presence of ideas, and the will has influence in detaining or in banishing a given idea. If one idea is kept before the mind, a desire and a strong motive may gather around that idea. If another idea is called in, the power of the first idea will decline. In the capacity for attention, we have the way to the freedom of the will. Voluntary attention makes the motive. The motive does not make the attention. Hence, the motive is a product of the will. If I withdraw my attention from a motive idea, it loses vigor, like a plant deprived of air and moisture. By sheer force of will, many a one has withdrawn his attention from certain temptations, centered it elsewhere, and thus developed a counter-motive. From the above, it is seen that the only way to develop and maintain a free will is to direct the attention and thought by means of the awakened ego, the mastermind and mind master. Chapter 4. Positive and negative mentality. Most of us accept the spirit of the idea that a man's character, disposition, activities, and general personality are dependent largely upon the general character of his thoughts. This being so, and it also being true that a man is able to control the general character of his thoughts, it logically follows that every awakened ego is the creator of the character and personality of the individual whose self it is. Philosophers teach us that there is a law of polarity manifesting in everything. In everything, there is found the presence of the two poles, namely, the positive and the negative. We find this law manifest in the mentality and character of every individual. Every individual finds within himself a constant struggle between these two opposing elements, the positive and the negative. Upon the decision of this battle depends largely the advancement, success, welfare, and progress of the individual. Goethe has well said, "In my breast, alas, two souls dwell, all there is unrest. Each with the other strives for mastery, each from the other struggles to be free." The ordinary individual seems to be content to remain as a passive spectator of this struggle. But the individual of the awakened ego takes a part in the struggle, and by throwing the weight of his free will into the balance, he brings down the scales on the positive side. You find no trouble in deciding that courage is positive and cowardice negative, that truth is positive and untruth negative, that energy is positive and slothfulness is negative. But when you come to consider less familiar cases, you feel more or less uncertain and instinctively look around for a touchstone or test. A well-known writer has said, "When the individual is forced to consider any feeling, emotion, idea, action, advice, suggestion, or teaching, he should always submit it to the touchstone of positivity by asking himself, will this make me stronger, more powerful, more capable, more efficient, better?" It becomes the duty of every individual wishing to progress on the path of life to cultivate the positive qualities of the mind and to restrain and inhibit the negative ones. Every positive quality has its negative opposite, and arising from it is this important rule of the new psychology. To develop a positive quality, you should restrain or inhibit its opposing negative. To restrain or inhibit a negative quality, you should develop and encourage its opposing positive. The positive qualities may be encouraged and developed by the mastery and control over the mental field exercised by the awakened ego, and the negative qualities may be inhibited and restrained by the exercise of the same power within each individual. The ego should always assert its positivity to the feelings, emotions, desires, and other mental states. The will should be held firmly in its place as positive to the desires. The intellect should be held positive to the emotions, desires, and feelings. True assertion of the ego does not mean the petty quality called egotism, but rather the higher phase of egoism, or mastery of the ego. Man should be more than a mere creature of chance, environment, and outside influences. He should be ruled from within, be self-ruled by the power of the ego, instead of being merely a weak instrument of desire, emotion, and feeling, influenced by suggestions and impressions from every passing person or thing. Man should be directed and guided by the strong instrument of his will, held firmly to its task by the ego. Man has it in his power to make of himself what he will, to become his own mental creator, instead of allowing others to create his mentality for him. The fundamental idea of the new psychology is embodied in the symbol of the charioteer, driving his fiery steeds under full control and with taut rein. The chariot represents the being of the man. The charioteer, the ego, the reins, the will, the steeds, the mental states of feeling, emotion, desire, imagination, and the rest. Unless the reins be strong, they will not be sufficient to control the horses. Unless the charioteer be trained and vigilant, the horses will run away with the chariot and dash to pieces the driver in the general wreck. But controlled and mastered, the fiery steeds will lead forward to attainment and accomplishment, and at the same time will travel the road in safety. Each of you is the charioteer driving the fiery steeds with the reins of the will. Are you mastering the steeds, or are they mastering you? It is in your power to curb, control, urge on, and direct these splendid mental creatures, so that you may travel far into the regions of attainment and accomplishment, or it is within your power to allow them to wander from side to side of the road and into the swamps and morasses on the side. Have you decided whether you shall be the master or the mastered? Mastery or servitude? Which character building depends upon the mental attitude and mental states of the individual. The man of positive thoughts and feelings will develop into the positive character, while he of negative thoughts and feelings will develop into the weakling negative character. Character building depends greatly upon the feeling side of his mental nature. When the man is thinking about anything in which his interest, his feelings, his emotions, his desire, or his passions are involved, then we find that he is building character for good or evil. The formation of positive ideals has much to do with the building up of a positive character. A man grows to resemble his ideas. A man's ideals are the outgrowth of his feelings and emotions. The ideal held by the man arouses interest in all things connected with it. Interest is the strong motive of attention, and attention is the beginning of all the activities of the will. By the constant use of these impressions, he builds up the mental path of habit over which the will so likes to travel. A man tends to grow to resemble the things he likes and in which he is interested. Modern psychology teaches us that feelings manifest themselves in will action unless inhibited or controlled, and that the will action follows the lines of the strongest interest. William James has said, "All consciousness is motor. Every possible feeling produces a movement, and that the movement is a movement of the entire organism, and of each and all of its parts." If we fancy some strong emotion and then try to abstract from our consciousness of it all the feelings of its bodily symptoms, we find that we have nothing left behind. There is always the tendency toward outward expression and manifestation of all feelings, emotions, desires, and passions, which tendency proceeds into action unless controlled or inhibited. We constantly act, often unconsciously, in accordance with our strongest desires, feelings, likes or dislikes, prejudices. Our physical lives are regulated by our mental states, and our mental states are largely what we make them, providing that we have learned the art and science of mental mastery. The mastermind recognizes this and places in the subconscious storehouse only what he chooses to go into it, and what he chooses to come out of it, as the incentive to action, being always governed in his choice by the rule of positivity. Will this make me stronger, more powerful, more capable, more efficient, better? By stocking the subconscious storehouse with positive material, only positive material will be issued therefrom to form the basis of actions. The majority of persons follow the line of the least resistance and allow their interest to become attracted and held by many things which have no positive value to the individual. The few who have experienced the consciousness of the awakened ego act intelligently in this matter and refuse to place the interest upon any negative thing. By concentration and attention, interest may be directed to and held upon certain things, and likewise removed or kept away from certain things. Interest kindles desire, and lack of interest causes desire to die. And interest results from attention and may be controlled by the will. By using the reasoning and judicial faculties of the mind in the matter of the right selection of objects of interest, the positive qualities and objects may be selected in preference to the negative ones. Every individual is the possible architect and builder of his own mental character, though but few really exercise that power. The positive mentality always is stronger than the negative mentality and is able to direct, control, and master the latter. Hence the power of the masterminds of the race over the slave minds of the herd of the masses of the race. Chapter 5. The Senses and Sensations. It is usual to begin all teaching concerning the mind by a general discourse upon the senses, for the impressions received by us through the senses, the sensations, have well been called the raw materials of mental activities. In psychology, the term sense means the faculty possessed by conscious creatures whereby they perceive external objects by means of impressions made upon certain organs of the body, or whereby they receive impressions concerning changes in the condition of the body. The term sensation is defined as an impression made upon the mind through the medium of the nervous system, and usually through one of the organs of sense. The senses are usually regarded as consisting of 5 general classes: touch, sight, taste, smell, and hearing. The sense of touch or feeling is regarded by psychologists as the elementary sense, from which the others have evolved. It operates by means of certain nerves which have their endings in the outer covering or skin of the body, and also in the internal organism. By means of this sense, we are able to become aware of the size, form, shape, and weight of material objects, of their degree of hardness, roughness, elasticity, etc., of their temperature, and of other physical characteristics. The sense of touch is really a composite sense, manifesting diverse activities, principal among which are those of pressure, temperature, muscular resistance, pain, contact, etc. The sense of sight, regarded as an evolution of the elementary sense of touch, is regarded by the best authorities as the highest in the scale of the evolved senses. It operates by means of registering the sensations of the intensity of the light waves and the color vibrations thereof. The eye does not touch or feel the outside objects in order to see them. Instead, it touches or feels the vibrations of the light waves coming in contact with the nervous matter of the organ of sight. The sense of taste manifests by means of certain nerves terminating in tiny cells of the tongue known as taste buds. The latter are stimulated chemically by objects brought in contact with them, the impulse being conveyed to the nerves and by them transmitted to the brain. Physiologists classify the sensations of taste into 5 classes, namely sweet, sour, bitter, salty, and hot. The sense of smell manifests by means of delicate nerves terminating in the mucous membrane of the nostrils, the latter registering contact with minute particles of material objects entering the nostrils, and also registering differences in the chemical composition of such particles. The particles of the smelled object must have actually entered the nostrils and have come in contact with these nerve ends in order to have been sensed. The sense of hearing manifests by means of delicate nerves terminating in the inner part of the ear. The eardrum, or tympanum, vibrates in response to the air vibrations or sound waves reaching it from the outside. These vibrations are intensified, and the auditory nerve ends take up the impression and pass it on to the brain. The senses constitute the doors to the outside world, which, when opened, permit the entrance of messages from that world, but which, closed, bar the entrance of anything from without. Few of us ever stop to think how completely we are dependent upon these doors of the senses for our knowledge, our experience, and our objects of thought. Only when one or more of the senses fail us do we begin to realize their importance. It is only when we stop to think how completely shut in we would be if all of our senses were destroyed that we begin to realize just how dependent we are upon the senses and sensation for our knowledge, our thoughts, our feelings, and our general mental life and being. A leading psychologist has said, "Suppose a child of intelligent parents were ushered into the world without a nerve leading from his otherwise perfect brain to any portion of his body, with no optic nerve to transmit the glorious sensations from the eye, no auditory nerve to conduct the vibrations of the mother's voice, no tactile nerves to convey the touch of a hand, no olfactory nerve to rouse the brain with the delicate aroma of the orchards and the wild flowers in spring, no gustatory, thermal, or muscular nerves." Could such a child live? As the years rolled on, the books of Shakespeare and of Milton would be opened in vain before the child's eyes. The wisest men might talk to him with utmost eloquence, all to no purpose. Nature could not whisper one of her inspiring truths into his deaf ear, could not light up that dark mind with a picture of the rainbow or of a human face. No matter how perfect might be the child's brain and his inherited capacity for mental activities, his faculties would remain for this life shrouded in Egyptian darkness. Perception could give memory nothing to retain, and thought could not weave her matchless fabrics without materials. Psychologists hold that if a human being were born without sense organs, no matter how perfect a brain he might have, his life would be little more than that of the plant. He would exist in a dreamlike state, with only the faintest manifestations of consciousness. His consciousness would not be able to react in response to the impact of contact with the outside world, for there would be no such impact. He would perhaps be conscious of his own existence, but would probably never realize the fact fully, for he would have nothing else with which to compare himself, and his self-consciousness would not be aroused by the presence and pressure of the not-self. He would have no imagination to use. He would be, to all intents and purposes, a living corpse. Helen Keller had only two doors of sensation closed to hers, the sense of sight and that of hearing. Touch, his tactile and smell, however, were left to her, and each was quickened and heightened in order to help, as far as possible, to perform the work properly belonging to the defective senses. Her sense of touch especially was wonderfully increased and quickened into activity, and through this channel her self was finally reached and communicated with by loving friends and teachers. The result in this particular case was almost a miracle, yet only two senses were missing. Just as the world of the individual is decreased by each sense subtracted from him, so would his world be increased by each sense that might be added to him. Daring minds consider it not improbable that the human race, in the course of evolution, may eventually develop other and more complex senses. Even as it is, man is able to perceive only a limited number of sound sensations. There are many sounds above and below his scale that he is unable to perceive, but which are registered on instruments. Likewise, there are light waves below and above the human scale of perception, but which are caught by delicate instruments. And at present, man is unable to sense electrical waves or magnetic waves, though, theoretically, it is possible for him to sense these vibrations as well as light waves or sound waves, the difference between these various waves being simply that of the rate of vibration. Imagine what a new world would be open to man if he could sense the waves of electricity. A leading authority has said, "If a new sense or two were added to the present normal number, in man, that which is now the phenomenal world for all of us might, for all that we know, burst into something amazingly different and wider in consequence of the additional revelation of these new senses." Another says, "We know that our sensory nerves are capable of transmitting to the brain only a part of the phenomena of the universe. Our senses give us only a section of the world's phenomena. If we had 3 or 4 new senses added, this might appear like a new world to us. At the last, all of the 5 senses are regarded by physiologists and psychologists as but different aspects or phases of the one elemental and basic sense, the sense of feeling. All impressions made upon the organs of sense arise from the motion of material particles, from the outside world, coming in contact with sensitive portions of the nervous system of the individual, the report of the contact being then transmitted to his brain. Light is motion. Sound is motion. Heat is motion. Touch is motion. Taste and smell are motion. The world is known to sense simply by virtue of and in relation to the motion of its particles. And so, at the last, we are conscious of these different forms of motion of things of the outside world by some form of the sense of feeling. When these reports to the brain are made, the sense impression becomes a full sensation. An authority says a sensation is a state of consciousness resulting from nerve action, When a stimulation of a sensory nerve is transmitted to the brain so as to affect consciousness, the result is a sensation. No one can tell us why nerve action affects consciousness, but such is the fact. And here we come into the presence of the great mystery of consciousness. Consciousness is different from anything else in the world of our knowledge or experience. As Huxley, the eminent scientist, once said, "How it is that anything so remarkable as a state of consciousness comes about by the result of irritating nervous tissue is just as unaccountable as the presence of the genii when Aladdin rubbed his lamp." We have here seen the mechanism of the senses whereby the ego is established in communication with the outside world. Telegraph and telephone lines run into that central office. From all directions, telescopes and other optical appliances are trained to all points. Heat registering, light registering, sound registering, and motion registering instruments are at hand and in constant use. All these instruments have been furnished by nature for the use of the ego. And always remember this: it is the ego who feels, the ego who smells, the ego who tastes, the ego who hears, the ego who sees, and not the sense organs which have been described in this chapter. Back of all sensations is the ego, the subject to which all the rest is objective. The senses may be cultivated in two general ways. First, by maintaining the sense organs in a state of perfect health and normal functioning. Second, by employing each sense by means of the voluntary attention, according to the universal law of use, which operates so as to develop and perfect the physical organs and parts, and the mental faculties in response to the demands made upon them by use and active employment. The senses may be cultivated and rendered more efficient by giving the sense organism the proper physical care and attention, and by employing the senses intelligently and toward definite ends under the direction of the will. Chapter 6. Perception. In the preceding chapter, your attention was directed toward the subject of the senses and sensations. Sensations were spoken of as the raw materials of mental activities. In the present chapter, your attention is directed toward the inner phase of sensation, the conscious recognition of sensations, which is known in psychology as perception. Here, please note the distinction between the two. Sensation is the impression conveyed to the mind through the medium of the nervous system, and usually through one of the organs of the senses. Perception is the act of consciousness performed within the limits of the mind, whereby it becomes conscious of the impression of sensation and starts to know the latter. Sensation is a feeling. Perception is the thought resulting from that feeling. Sensation is simple and depends upon the sensory mechanism, while perception is a higher and more complex mental process, depending for its efficiency not only upon the degree and attention given to the impression or sensation, but also upon previous experience and training. We do not perceive all the impressions of the senses. We do not know all our sensations. Out of a multitude of sounds reaching our sense of hearing, we may take notice of only one and interpret it by perception. Walking down a busy street, our eyes register thousands of impressions, but how few of them awaken attention in our minds and result in our perceiving the impression? Unless our attention is attracted toward the impression, we fail to perceive it. Many persons go through life seeing and hearing much, but perceiving very little. Likewise, habit and familiarity may dull the perception. The novelty of a new impression may attract our attention and arouse perception at first. But seen too oft, the object causing the impression fails to attract our attention. We begin to fail to notice the impression, and finally may even fail to perceive it at all. In attention, that wonderful power of the mind, and the one which is the chief tool of the mastermind, lies the secret of efficient perception. Attention is the key to the mastery of perception. Withdraw. Attention and perception practically is paralyzed, but more than attention is required in the act of perception. The previous experience and mental training of the person manifest results in the process of full perception. For instance, a gun is fired at a distance. One man, being busy with other things, fails to have his attention awakened, and so remains in practical ignorance of the happening. The second man has his attention awakened and registers a simple perception of the impressions. But, having had no previous experience with guns or explosions, he does not fully interpret into perception the sensation. He perceives noise, but not the report of a gun. The third man, having had experience with the report of a gun, interprets the sensation into the perception of the sensation as the report of a gun. The fourth man, being well acquainted with the incidents of gun firing, and being somewhat of an expert on the subject, interprets the sensation so fully that he perceives and knows it to be not only the report of a gun, but also whether it be the report of a rifle or shotgun, as the case may be, and also possibly the size and caliber of the gun. And yet, noted you this? The sensation of sound was precisely the same in each and every case, notwithstanding that perception and the knowing varied materially in the several hearers of that sound sensation. All the mental powers of the individual are represented in the act of perception. The memory plays an important part in determining the report of the impression, for all experience and training is registered in the memory, and is called from it when one strives to manifest perception. Moreover, the discrimination and judgment are called into activity in order to determine just what the impression of the sensation may be. The mental processes of the infant give us an excellent example of the growth and development of perception. At first, all things look alike to me, to the infant, but the child soon learns to perceive differences between things and to manifest his knowledge of such differences. The human child is not born with the perception of space. At first, all things seem to the infant to be equally near or equally far. He stretches out his hands to grasp some distant object, the moon, for instance, and cries because he cannot reach it. But in time, gradually, and by experience and experiment, he acquires the perception of the distance and space between things. A person born blind, and afterward having his sight awakened by means of an operation, experiences the same difficulty. He must educate his perception to interpret his sensations of sight. Apperception consists in the being of the association of the present perception with others previously experienced. In short, the present perception takes a degree of color from those previously experienced, and moreover, the color of the previous perceptions tend to shut out or neutralize other colors inherent in the present perception. A leading psychologist has well illustrated the action and effect of apperception in the following story. A boy concealed himself in a tree and watched the passers. When one man remarked to a friend what a fine stick of timber the tree would make, the boy said, "Good morning, Mr. Carpenter." Soon another passed and said, "That is good bark. Good morning, Mr. Tanner." Presently a young man remarked, "I'll venture there's a squirrel's nest in that tree." "Good morning, Mr. Hunter." In one sense, those men saw exactly the same tree, had the same sensations of color and light from the same object. But from the way the men perceived the tree, the boy was able to tell their leading vocations. Each apperceived the tree in terms of his most prominent experience. There is a great difference between the power of perception of different individuals, the difference depending very little, comparatively, on the difference in the keenness of the sense organs of the persons, but depending very largely upon the degree of attention which the different persons place upon their sense impressions, and upon the degree of training they have given their perceptive faculties. Perception is the immediate source of our knowledge of outside objects, and in that sense is the cause thereof. Perception may be said to lie at the basis of all knowledge. The great majority of persons are very careless observers. They will see things without perceiving the qualities, properties, characteristics, or parts which together make up these things. Two persons, possessed of equal degrees of eyesight, will perceive quite different qualities in the same thing or differing degrees of the same quality. One person perceives merely a pile of stone, while another will perceive a pile of granite or marble, and may possibly perceive the quality and quantity thereof. Very few persons can tell the difference between the number of legs of a fly and a spider. A psychologist notes, 15 pupils in a schoolroom were sure that they had seen cats climb trees and descend them. There was a unanimity of opinion that the cats went up head first. When asked whether the cats came down head or tail first, the majority were sure that the cats descended, as they were never known to do. Anyone who had ever noticed the shape of the claws of any beast of prey could have answered that question without seeing an actual descent. As a leading psychologist has well said, modern education has tended to the neglect of the culture of the perceptive powers. In ancient times, people studied nature much more than at present. Being without books, they were compelled to depend upon their eyes and ears for knowledge, and this made their senses active, searching, and exact. At the present day, we study books for a knowledge of external things, and we study them too much or too exclusively, and thus neglect the cultivation of the senses. We get our knowledge of the material world second-hand, instead of fresh from the open pages of the book of nature. Is it not a great mistake to spend so much time in school and yet not be able to tell the difference between the leaf of a beech and of an oak, or not to be able to distinguish between specimens of marble, quartz, and granite? The neglect of culture of the perceptive powers is shown by the scholars of the present time. Very few educated men are good observers. Indeed, most of them are sadly deficient in this respect. They were taught to think and remember, but were not taught to use their eyes and ears. The mastermind is a master perceiver, for unless it were so, it would not be a master in the rest of the mental field. A psychologist has well pictured the mastermind as follows. It is a self-conscious activity, and not a mere passivity. It is a center of spiritual forces, all resting in the background of the ego. As a center of forces, it stands related to the forces of the material and spiritual universe, and is acted upon through its susceptibilities by those forces. As a spiritual activity, it takes impressions derived from those forces, works them up into the organic growth of itself, converts them into conscious knowledge, and uses these products as means to set other forces into activity and produce new results. Before entering upon the culture and development of perception, we wish the reader to become acquainted with the possibilities of such culture and development. A teacher, if when hearing a class someone rapped at the door, would look up as the visitor entered and from a single glance could tell his appearance and dress, the kind of hat he wore, kind of necktie, collar, vest, coat, shoes, etc., the skillful banker, in counting money with wondrous rapidity, will detect and throw away from his pile of bills the counterfeits which, to the ordinary eye, seem to be without spot or blemish. Herschel states that the mosaic workers at the Vatican were able to distinguish correctly between 30,000 different shades, tints, and hues of color. Ordinary artists distinguish fine shades, tints, and hues of colors that are imperceptible to the ordinary person, the difference being solely a difference of degree of interest, attention, and practice. Persons familiar with engraved banknotes are able to detect counterfeits at a glance, even in cases where the ordinary eye fails to detect the slightest difference from the original. Experts in handwriting are able not only to recognize the handwriting of the individual and to distinguish the same from forgeries thereof, but are also able to detect the characteristics of the handwriting even when the writers strive to disguise this. Houdin, the great French conjurer, deliberately developed his memory and powers of visual perception by certain methods that he was able to pass rapidly by a shop window, taking but one sharp glance at its contents, and then out of sight of the window he could give a list, practically complete, of the various articles displayed in the window, even to the most trifling objects. More than this, he taught his assistant to do the same thing. Large shops in the leading cities of the civilized world employ trained observers who promenade through the aisles of the shops of their competitors, taking full and detailed mental notes of new styles, improvements, etc. Their identity, of course, being carefully concealed as a matter of policy. The American observers of this kind are said to excel all others in this faculty of photographic visual perception and the reproduction thereof, and they frequently receive very high salaries for this skilled work. Sound perception is likewise capable of being trained and developed to the same remarkable degree. The cases of skilled musicians occur to you at once in this connection. The average musician detects shades of tone which do not exist for you. The leaders of large orchestras are able to distinguish the slightest error in note or tone of any one of the instruments being played before them, to pick out the softest note in the flute from the tremendous volume of sound emitted from hundreds of instruments, large and small, is no slight task. Yet it is performed daily, many times each day, by the leaders of large orchestras. There are many persons who are said never to forget a voice they have ever heard, and be able to distinguish one particular note from any of the thousands of others they may remember. Telegraphers can tell who is at the other end of the wire by perceiving slight differences in the sound of the receiving instrument. Machinists can tell in a moment that there is trouble with their particular machine simply by an almost imperceptible change in the whir thereof. Likewise, an old engineer will detect and locate engine trouble almost instantly by means of the slight alteration in the nature of the sound reaching his ears. Persons who handle certain kinds of merchandise are able to recognize fine points of difference in their wares simply by touch perception. Wool sorters and graders of different kinds of material have this form of perception highly developed. In the same way, the perception of smell may be highly developed and trained by constant and continued practice. This is evidenced by the case of the professional perfumers who are able to distinguish between the most delicate shades of odor. In the same way, the perception of taste may be highly developed and trained by practice and use. We have but to point to the case of the epicures, who are able to distinguish many points of difference and distinction in food and drink, which are imperceptible to the ordinary individual. The tea tasters and wine testers are well-known examples of this class. In all of these cases of highly developed perception, however, it is the mental faculty which has become especially efficient, not simply the sense organs. The training that will produce similar results is that of the mind alone. Providing that the sense organism is normal, the power of perception relating to that particular sense may be cultivated, trained, and developed to an almost incredible degree. But first, last, and all the time, it must be remembered that all cultivation, development, training, and improvement of the perceptive faculties must be accomplished by mental culture and training. There is no other way. And such culture and training is possible only through the use and employment of the power of attention. The logical course for us to follow in this matter would be to lay aside for the moment our consideration of the subject of the development of perception, so that we may acquaint ourselves with the laws and principles concerned with the faculty of attention. Having learned these, we may then return to our consideration of the subject of perception and learn how to develop the powers thereof. Chapter 7. Attention. Considering how frequently we employ the term attention and its importance in our mental processes and their resulting action, it is strange how little thought we have given to the question, what is attention? The term attention is derived from the Latin term attendere, meaning to stretch or bend forward. The original implication being that in the act of attention, one's mind was extended, stretched out, or bent toward the object of attention. When we attend to a thing, we turn our thought or mind toward it by a positive act of the will. Attention is defined by the dictionaries as the application of the mind to any object of sense, representation, or thought, the concentration of the mind on any object of sense, or on any mental conception. The more technical definition may be summed up as concentrated consciousness. For in all acts of attention, there is always a manifestation of concentration. As a leading psychologist has well said, attention is consciousness, and something more. It is consciousness voluntarily applied to some determinate object. It is consciousness concentrated. The perceptive power of the mind depends primarily upon the power of attention. Attention is not an enlargement or increase in consciousness, but rather a narrowing, condensing, or limiting of consciousness. The act of attention may be said to consist of three phases, namely, first, the earnest fixing of the mind upon some particular object. Second, the persistent holding of the mind upon that object. And third, the determined shutting out of the mind of the perception of any other objects struggling for conscious recognition and attention. It is an axiom of psychology that the degree of concentration or attention is proportionate to the smallness of the field upon which it is directed. That is to say, the smaller the number of objects that we pay attention to at any one time, the greater the degree of attention such objects will receive. If we concentrate upon a single simple thing, our perceptive impressions concerning it will be quite distinct, intense, vivid, and clear. An act of attention, that is, an act of concentration, seems necessary to every exertion of consciousness, as a certain contraction of the pupil is requisite to every exertion of vision. Attention, then, is to consciousness what the contraction of the pupil is to sight, or to the eye of the mind what the microscope or telescope is to the bodily eye, and attention constitutes the better half of all intellectual power. It is attention, much more than any difference in the abstract power of reasoning, which constitutes the vast difference which exists between minds of different individuals. The most important intellectual habit that I know of is the habit of attending exclusively to the matter in hand. This power of concentrated attention is unquestionably capable of almost indefinite augmentation by resolute practice. There is a constant struggle on the part of sensations to survive in consciousness. The sensation which we allow to take the most forcible hold on the attention usually wins the day. If attention is centered upon any one of these, that one, for the time being, acquires the importance of a king upon the throne of our mental world. Hence, it is of the utmost importance for our mental welfare to guard the gates of attention. There are two phases of attention. First, reflex, and second, voluntary attention. Reflex attention is drawn from us by a nervous response to some stimulus. Voluntary attention is given by us to some object of our own selection, and is accompanied by a peculiar sense of effort. In reflect or involuntary attention, there is but a slight employment of the will, the process being almost automatic. The child or person of uncultivated mentality manifests this form of attention almost exclusively. Such persons are attracted only by the passing, changing things of the moment in which the attention is caught by the outside stimulus easily and almost without the conscious action of the will. Attention of this class is accompanied by but a minimum of concentration. Involuntary attention, on the other hand, a distinct and deliberate effort of the will is employed, both in the focusing and in the detention in consciousness of the impression. In involuntary or reflex attention, there is no selection of the object on our part, it being presented from the outside world to our nervous system. But involuntary attention, we make a deliberate selection of the object to which we wish our mind to attend. In involuntary attention, there is no sense of effort, while in voluntary attention, there is always a sheer sense of effort. In involuntary attention, there is but a small degree of detention, and even the slightest new stimulus will draw away the attention from the first object. In voluntary attention, however, the will holds the attention to the object before it, and often closes the door of the mind to even marked stimuli from the outside. When the attention is not specially directed or concentrated upon any one thing by means of a voluntary effort, the person is more or less conscious of a number of impressions pouring in upon the mind through the channel of the senses. But let voluntary attention once concentrate itself upon any given thing, and a far different state of affairs is manifested. A person concentrating his attention upon an interesting book may fail to hear his name called by one of his family, or even to respond to a touch of the hand on the shoulder. The enamored lover is often almost entirely oblivious of the persons and scenes around him. His attention is concentrated keenly upon the beloved one, and to the rest of the world of impressions he is practically in a trance. It is related of a well-known philosopher that he was so busily occupied in writing one of his books that he failed to hear the noise of the bombardment of the college town by the guns of Napoleon's army. As a rule, the greater the degree of voluntary attention given to a special object, the less will be the degree of conscious impressions from the general environment. The act of concentrated voluntary attention also tends to magnify the power of the impressions received at the time. If the attention be voluntarily concentrated upon the ticking of a clock or the dropping of water from a faucet, the sound will often become so intense as to be actually painful. Consequently, it follows that concentrated, voluntary attention will develop the power of any sense impression to which it may be directed. The power of voluntary attention varies greatly among different individuals. It may be greatly increased and developed by training and exercise, however. In fact, the difference between individuals in this respect seems to be almost entirely a matter of exercise, cultivation, and development. Some eminent authorities have gone so far as to say that a highly developed power of concentrated voluntary attention is the key to much of that which we usually call genius, or, at the least, that it enables its fortunate possessor to duplicate many of the achievements of genius. Voluntary attention is one of the highest forms or phases of mental activity and is found to be largely developed in the case of all men of great intellectual power. The first step toward the development of the will lies in the exercise of attention. There is a sense of conscious effort in voluntary attention. Ideas grow in distinctness and in motor power as we attend to them. If we take two ideas of the same intensity and center the attention upon one, we shall notice how much it grows in power. There is no dispute over the fact that voluntary attention is the most important element in will. When it is said that attention will not take hold on an uninteresting object, we must not forget that anyone not shallow and fickle can soon discover something interesting in most objects. Here, cultivated minds show their especial superiority, for the attention which they are able to give generally ends in finding a pearl in the most uninteresting-looking oyster. From what has been said concerning the nature and power of voluntary attention, the reader will see that the weapon of voluntary attention is the most efficient in the collection of the mental weapons in the armory of the mastermind. It is by means of the power of voluntary attention that the ego really brings into subjection and obedience the various faculties and forces of the mind, which without it often tend to become rebellious and disobedient. The ego, controlling the power of voluntary attention, is able not only to select the nature and character of his thoughts, and to cause his mind to think intelligently and efficiently, but it also is able to control the feelings and desires which serve as the usual motive of will action. The ego is the king of his throne, and voluntary attention is his sword of power. Chapter 8. The Mastery of Perception. A leading psychologist has given us a few observations on the nature of attention. First, attention will not attach itself to uninteresting things. Second, it will soon decline in vigor if the stimulus is unvarying, or if some new attribute is not discovered in the object. Third, attention cannot remain constant in the same direction for a long period, because the nervous apparatus of the senses soon tire under the strain of continuous attention toward any one object. Fourth, when one kind of attention is exhausted, we may rest ourselves in two ways: by giving ourselves up to the play of reflex, involuntary attention, or by directing our voluntary attention into a new channel. Fifth, attention too continuously centered upon the same unvarying sensation or upon any unchanging object has been proved by experiment to tend to induce either the hypnotic state or a comatose condition. The secret of developing the power of perception through the efficient employment of the power of attention consists in the main in the intelligent practice of the principles announced in the above-quoted statement of the laws of attention. The first of the above laws states the difficulty of attaching the attention to uninteresting things. But there is a remedy for this as follows. In the application of the equally true principle that interest may be developed in a previously uninteresting thing, by studying and analyzing it, everything has its interesting side, and examination will bring this into view. By viewing a thing from varying viewpoints and from different angles of physical and mental vision, new facts are discovered regarding it, and these discoveries awaken interest and renewed attention. The third law explains why the attention cannot long remain focused in the same direction. A remedy for this will be found in the well-known psychological rule to study a thing by piecemeal. That is to say, instead of considering attentively the entire subject, one should break it mentally into as many small sections as possible, and then proceed to study it by sections, one after another. This will vary the stimulus, increase interest, and widen the inquiry by reason of the analytical treatment. The fourth law informs us that we may obtain rest for the tired attention by relaxing the voluntary attention and opening our consciousness to the impressions of involuntary or reflex attention, paying attention to the sights and sounds reaching us from outside, or by directing our voluntary attention into a new channel, Change of occupation gives the best kind of rest to physical or mental muscles. In our consideration of the above quoted laws of attention, we saw that the attention would not easily attach itself to uninteresting things, and that the only way to overcome this trait was to make interesting the object which we wished to examine carefully under concentrated voluntary attention. This is made possible by reason of the psychological law that interest is awakened by attention, which is just as true as that attention follows interest. The mastermind rides over this obstacle by first awakening interest in the thing by means of a careful examination under concentrated voluntary attention, and thereafter allowing the attention to flow freely along the channels of interest thus made. A leading psychologist has said, "When it is said that attention will not take a firm hold on an uninteresting thing, we must not forget that anyone not shallow and fickle can soon discover something interesting in most objects. Here, cultivated minds show their especial superiority, for the attention which they are able to give generally ends in finding a pearl in the most uninteresting oyster. The essence of genius is to present an old thing in new ways, whether it be some force in nature or some aspect of humanity. If the subject which you wish to master seems at first to be uninteresting, then your first task is to convert that uninteresting thing into an interesting one by discovering the interesting traits about it, and such traits are always there. A writer has said about Agassiz, the great scientist, "A grasshopper is to most persons an oblong insect capable of jumping. Agassiz's pupils say that after he had compelled them to find out a world of interesting matter about it, they would sometimes go to hear him deliver a popular lecture. They noticed that the audience became as much interested in the grasshopper as if he were reading from a romance." The allusion to Agassiz naturally brings to mind the well-known story of how he once taught a new pupil how to perceive and how to discover interesting facts in an uninteresting object. A pupil appeared before the great teacher for instruction. The teacher took the pupil into the laboratory and there laid out a fish before him, telling him to closely examine the outer appearance thereof, and to prepare himself to make a full report about it when asked. The teacher then left the room, leaving the pupil alone with the fish. He looked the fish over for a few minutes, noting its general shape, its fins, its tail, and was sure that he had learned all that was to be known of the outer form of that fish at the end of a quarter hour. He then grew tired of waiting for the teacher who had disappeared. In disgust, he again seated himself before the fish and looked casually at it, and lo, he saw something new in its details. Becoming then interested in spite of himself, he examined it still more carefully and in closer detail, and was amazed to discover quite a number of new details. Then came another period of disgusted waiting. After eating his lunch, he returned to the old fish in order to kill time. He began idly to count its scales, and in doing so, was surprised to notice that the fish was without eyelids. Then the teacher returned and expressed dissatisfaction with the results of the observation of the pupil. He again left the latter alone with the fish, telling him in parting that a pencil is the best of eyes, and bidding him note on paper the results of his further observations as he proceeded. The student, in despair, plunged again into the task, and lo, as he discovered point after point of new details about the fish, he began to find a new interest awakening. And before long, he was amazed at the long list of new points that he had discovered and noted down. Agassiz kept the young man at work on this fish for 3 long days, and was rewarded by securing a remarkably long list of details that the pupil had observed and discovered. But best of all, and this was the real purpose and intent of the lesson, the student had acquired the knowledge that a careful examination of an uninteresting subject tended to develop a live and active interest therein, which interest then tended to spur on the attention to further acts of perception. The reader who may wish to practice exercises tending to develop his or her powers of perception may easily arrange such exercises for himself by basing the exercises upon the above recorded story of Agassiz and his pupil. This principle is simple. It consists merely in placing an object before you, and then studying all of its details, making a list of the same in writing as you proceed. Note the general shape of the object, its color, and then proceed to an examination and analysis of its minor details. When your interest wanes, rest your mind by putting the object away from you and turning your attention to other things. Then, the following day, resume the task by trying to recall as many of the previously recorded points as possible, and then read over your list and see how many you have missed. Then start afresh with your investigations. You will be surprised to discover how fresh your interest has again become for the task. You will then discover many new details. Repeat this exercise on the same object for several days until you are satisfied that you have exhausted its possibilities. After having mastered the principle of the said class of exercises, you may proceed to a more complex phase. This new phase consists in quickening the power of perception in the perception of a number of articles at the same time. A favorite exercise of certain schools of mental training is that which develops the power of the person to instantaneously add up a number of small objects, marbles or beans, for instance. In practicing this exercise, begin with a small number and then add 1 or 2 to the number each day, picking up the pile without knowing the exact number, of course, and then after taking a hasty glance at the pile, try to state the exact number thereof. Another form of this exercise is what is known as the Houdin exercise, which is the method employed by Houdin, whereby he acquired the faculty of passing by a large shop window and taking in all the articles contained therein at a single comprehensive glance. Houdin began training for this feat by the preliminary practice of laying a number of dominoes before him, spread out on the table, face up. He took a hasty but keen glance at the dominoes, and then wrote down what he had observed. In Oriental lands, there is frequently played a series of games which really are carefully designed exercises calculated to develop to a high degree the power of quickness and accuracy of perception among the young. Many Orientals are able to cast a single, apparently sleepy, casual glance at a table full of objects, and then to write down a full and complete list thereof. This power is not a natural gift, as many suppose when witnessing these feats, but is rather entirely a matter of hard work, careful training from childhood and steady practice. A typical instance of this form of perception training is related by Kipling in his interesting tale of his little hero, Kim. Kim was matched against a native boy by old Lurgan Sahib, who wished to train Kim for the Indian Secret Service work, in which accurate and rapid perception is most essential. The old man threw 15 jewels on a tray and bade the two boys gaze upon them for a moment or two. Then the tray was covered, and each boy recited what he had observed. Kim said, "There are under that paper 5 blue stones, 1 big, 1 smaller, and 3 small. There are 4 green stones, and 1 with a hole in it. There is 1 yellow stone that I can see through, and 1 like a pipe stem. There are 2 red stones, and I have made the count 15, but 2 I have forgotten." The native child then recited in far greater detail the exact nature, origin, and value of each stone, demonstrating a far superior power of observation. It may interest the reader to know that the mortified, defeated Kim so profited by the experience that he managed, finally, to outdo the native boy at his own game. The final advice to Kim regarding these exercises given by old Lurgan Sahib was as follows. The secret consists in doing it many times over, till it is done perfectly, for it is worth doing. Of interest and undoubted value also to the student of this subject is the quotation from Maupassant, the great French writer, in which he tells the story of how his master, Flaubert, taught him how to be original in literary expression. Flaubert told Maupassant, "Talent is nothing but long patience. Go to work. Everything which one desires to express must be looked at with sufficient attention, and during a sufficiently long time, to discover in it some aspect which no one has yet seen or described. In everything there is still some spot unexplored, because we are accustomed only to use our eyes with the recollection of what others before us have thought on the subject which we contemplate. The smallest object contains something unknown. Find it. To describe a fairy that flames and a tree on a plain look. Keep looking at that flame and that tree until in your eyes they have lost all resemblance to any other tree or any other fire. That is the way to become original." Maupassant adds, "Flaubert compelled me to describe in a few phrases a being or an object in such a manner as to distinguish it from all other objects of the same race or the same species. When you pass a grocer seated at his shop door, a janitor smoking his pipe, a stand of hackney coaches, show me that grocer and that janitor, their attitude, their whole physical appearance, embracing likewise, as indicated by the skillfulness of the picture, their whole moral nature, so that I cannot confound them with any other grocer or any other janitor. Make me see, in one word, that a certain cab horse does not resemble the 50 others that follow or precede it." There is contained in the above quotation from Maupassant the essence of the entire philosophy of efficient observation and trained perceptive powers. Study it carefully with concentrated attention and interest so as to grasp the principle clearly. Can you doubt the degree of perceptive power necessary to fulfill the requirements therein stated? Can you doubt that the impressions arising from such an exercise of perceptive power would be clear-cut and distinct and all-embracing? Chapter 9. Exercises in Perception. The student who will master the principles underlying the incidents related in the preceding chapter should be able to invent exercises in perceptive efficiency for himself. But inasmuch as many persons prefer to be positively told just how, we have thought it well to insert here a number of detailed exercises and additional rules for the practice of the student. As the strength of an impression upon the memory depends materially upon the degree of perceptive power and energy bestowed upon the impression, the subject of efficient perception is very closely bound up with that of efficient memory, and whatever tends to promote one of these will necessarily tend to promote the other. Enter a room and take a careful look around you, endeavoring to perceive and observe as many things as possible that are contained therein. Then, leave the room and write down a list of what you have remembered. After a time, return to the room and compare your list with the articles actually in the room. Then go out of the room and make up a second list including the old as well as the new things observed. Repeat this a number of times, taking care always not to fatigue yourself. As you progress, note not only the articles in the room, but also the shape, size, and general form of the room, the location of doors and windows, the location of pictures and decorations, the wallpaper, window shades, fireplace, etc. In short, persevere until you can furnish a complete diagram of the room as well as a complete list and description of its contents. Walk along the street and observe closely some building which you pass. Then return to your room and note carefully on paper all that you have observed about that building. Then, later on, return to the building and make a comparison with your list. In this exercise, you will find it advisable and helpful to proceed from simple to complex, from general aspects to details. First, take in the general appearance of the building, its size, shape, and form. Then regard its general color scheme. Then take note of its doors, its windows, working down to greater and greater degree of detail as you proceed. In short, proceed to analyze your object and then build it up as a whole from your analysis. You will be surprised to see how rapidly you will acquire efficient perception in this work. After a time, you will become able to size up a building fairly well at a single glance, and almost unconsciously. In fact, many builders, architects, and others interested in buildings do this very thing from acquired habit. The explanation lies in the fact of interest-attention, and attention-interest manifesting in perception, directed toward objects connected with the observer's general or particular interest. It is safe to say that you yourself already have acquired this habit of observation concerning the things most intimately connected with your business or professional interests, or your particular trade or occupation. The study of faces is an excellent training and exercise for the development of effective perception. The study of the general outward characteristics of persons, their manner of walking, speaking, etc., as well as their clothing, will be found to be excellent material for exercises of this kind. As the majority of perceptive impressions are received through the channel of the eye, it is natural to devote more time and space to a consideration of visual perception. But we must not neglect the second great channel of impressions, the channel of the ear. Some persons have excellent eye perception, but poor ear perception. Many persons manifesting a poor ear perception are apt to think that they have deficient hearing. In many cases, however, this is a mistake, for their trouble arises simply from a lack of attention and interest. Many persons fall into the habit of inattention to what is being said to them, allowing their attention to be caught or held by their visual impressions. Such persons may not perceive ordinary remarks made in a loud tone of voice, but will catch the slightest whisper of others if they think that the others are gossiping about them or whispering a secret withheld from themselves. A well-known psychologist once said, "It cannot be doubted that fully 1/2 of the deafness that exists is the result of inattention." Another has said, "What is commonly called deafness is not infrequently to be attributed to inattention, the sounds being heard but not interpreted or recognized." Sounds may be distinctly heard when the attention is directed toward them that in ordinary circumstances would be imperceptible. Here is the secret of developing ear perception, contained in a single sentence. Use your ears, practice, exercise, and observe with attention, interest, and interest attention. Study tones, expressions of voice, accents, inflections, etc. Your growing interest in the subject of vocal expression will awaken your perceptive powers of attention, and your perception will develop as a consequence. Practice in the direction of picking up scraps of conversation of passers-by on the street, and afterward repeat them to yourself. Listen carefully to what is said to you with the fixed idea of recalling the exact words afterward. Also, study the voices of different persons so that you can identify an unseen person by his voice previously heard by you. In all of the foregoing exercises and suggestions, you will notice ever present the one same principle, that is, the principle of attention, interest, and interest attention. Add to this exercise and diligent practice, and you will have the whole thing in a nutshell. Rule 1. The value of our idea concerning an object depends materially upon the degree of clearness and strength of our perception of the object. The idea concerning an observed object is like the record on a phonographic roll or upon the photographic film. A faint perceptive impression can never produce a reproduction clearer than itself. Perceptions are the things from which ideas are manufactured. Like produces like. Rule 2. The depth and clearness of a perceptive impression is in direct proportion to the interest attention and attention interest bestowed upon the object or subject producing the impression. There is no perceptive impression without attention, and attention depends materially upon the interest in or liking for the subject or object producing the impression. It is necessary to cultivate interest in the things which you desire to understand and know. Interest may be stimulated by concentrated, voluntary attention, and also by habit, and by attaching your thought or ideas concerning the thing to that of some other thing which has an interest for you. Rule 3. Build a strong primary foundation perceptive impression of a thing which you wish to know and understand, upon which you can erect a structure of subsequent perceptive impressions. Be careful of your foundation work. Let it be strong and firm. A weak foundation of perceptive impressions has wrecked many a promising thought structure. Upon the perceptive impression of the main principles of the thought in question, you can afterward build layer after layer of perceptions concerning the details, incidents, and associated facts concerning the main principle. Rule 4. Let your primary perceptions consist of the main facts, points, principles, form, and characteristics of the thing observed, avoiding too many unimportant details at that moment. In acquiring perceptive impressions of a thing which you wish to understand and know, select the big facts for your primary work. You should draw in your mind the broad outlines of the thing, into which you can fill the little details of subsequent perceptions. In learning about a house, begin with the general outlines and appearance, and then fill in the details of your picture. All subjects or objects may be studied in this way, for the principle is capable of universal application. Rule 5. Classify your perceptions of details into divisions, subdivisions, and then smaller ones. Make your whole impression consist of classified parts. Let your unity be composed of units. Knowledge properly classified is available knowledge. An idea with the details thereof properly classified is not only a strong, well-established idea, but one which is valuable for the purpose of being combined with other ideas. Without classification of details, the idea of anything is more or less blurred and indistinct. Rule 6. A perceptive impression may be intensified by frequent revival in consciousness. When you revive in conscious attention an original perceptive impression, you actually intensify it in consciousness and cause it to become deeper and stronger. Most things that you know well, you have learned in obedience to this great law of mental activity. Herein lies the importance of review work in one's studies. It is a fact that even if you spend a full hour with a person at the first interview, you may fail to recognize him the next time you see him. Whereas if you see him 12 days in succession, for only 5 minutes at a time, you will feel that you know him very well indeed. Rule 7. In reviving perceptive impressions, do not be content with merely repeating the actual perception of the object itself, but also review and revive the impression in consciousness. Without actual perception of the original object, it is a great benefit to re-examine an object for the purpose of intensifying our original impression of it. But this form of the revival of the perceptive impressions may be materially reinforced by the simple revival in consciousness of the original impressions, without a reference to the object itself. By taking the impression into the field of consciousness, by the action of the memory, the impression is given depth and strength, which it would otherwise lack. The best way to intensify a perceptive impression of any subject or object is as follows. First, revive in consciousness the original impression of the thing, endeavoring to recall everything originally included and contained in that general impression. Then note on paper what you can recall of the original impression. Then refer once more to the object itself, comparing it with your written list. You will thus discover what you have omitted, and this perception will tend to strengthen and deepen the original one. In the application of this rule will be found the proof of the old schoolroom adage that an unrecited lesson is only half learned and is soon forgotten. Rule 8. In storing away a perceptive impression, endeavor to link and associate it with as many old impressions as possible, for each link of association is a tie which binds the impression to other items of knowledge concerning the general subject. In forming these associative links and ties, you are also classifying the impression, as advised in Rule 9. Strive to impress a perceptive impression upon the mind through as many channels of sense perception as possible. If you are weak in any particular form of perception, then rivet the impression received through this weak channel by means of another perceptive impression received through a channel of stronger perception. Common experience proves that in many cases a perceptive impression is greatly intensified if it is built up of perceptions arriving through different sense channels. The majority of persons find it easier to remember names, numbers, etc., if they also are able to see the printed or written word at the same time that they hear the name or number spoken. Many persons have learned the advantage of writing down names, numbers, etc., which they wish to memorize after having heard them spoken. There are 3 senses involved in such a process of impression storing, namely, first, the sense of hearing, second, the sense of sight, and third, the sense of muscular motion, which is a form of touch sensation. In the same way, it is found to be of advantage to visualize a thing with which you wish to become well acquainted and to understand and know thoroughly. By creating a mental picture of the object, you will be greatly aided in recalling your perceptive impressions concerning it. If your eye perception is weak, you may add to the strength of your perceptive impression concerning a thing by means of repeating to yourself its name or title when you are examining it visually. Even the other senses may be called in operation in this connection in some cases. Rule 10. In forming perceptive impressions of an object or subject, endeavor to associate the same with as many pleasant feelings as possible, thus adding to the interesting quality of the impressions. We find it usually much easier to think of pleasant and interesting things than the reverse. Rule 11. In analyzing and classifying an object or subject, for the purpose of obtaining clear and strong perceptive impressions regarding it, endeavor to name the minor points or details whenever possible. Names may be said to be crystallized perceptions, and the idea of the name usually brings into consciousness the ideas of the several details and characteristics of the thing expressed by the name. It is very much harder to think of things for which we have no names than of those associated in our minds with names. Names and words are the counters with which we play the game of thinking. Avoid the thingamabob, or what you may call them, methods of thinking. Think in as clear terms as possible, and your thought currents will be likewise clear. As clear, deep, and strong. Perception is one of the essential elements of an efficient memory. It follows that whatever will cultivate perception will tend to improve the memory. Therefore, the practice of the principles and rules of efficient perception, as given in this chapter, will inevitably result in greatly improving the memory of the student. Chapter 10. The Mastery of Emotion. The average person regards the emotional phase of mental activity as merely incidental and subordinate, thinking that men and women are guided chiefly by reason and intellect. But this general opinion is in error. The psychologist knows feeling and emotion to be the great incentives to action and the great motive power of mental and physical manifestations. Even intellect, that supposed monarch of the mental world, really is under the thumb of that power behind the throne which we know as feeling and emotion. Not only do we act according to our feelings, but in most cases we also think according to them. Instead of reasoning coldly and without prejudice, we generally reason along the lines of our strong feelings. In the preceding chapters, we have seen the important part played by interest in the activities of the attention, and that attention was the ruler of perception. It follows that interest is largely influential in determining what perceptive impressions we shall accept and which we shall refuse, as these impressions are the material from which we weave our thoughts. Our thoughts and ideas are largely determined by our interest. When we analyze interest, we find that it is the child of feeling and emotion. We like certain things, and our interest follows our likes. Then our attention follows our interest, and our perception follows our attention, and our thoughts and ideas are built up out of our perceptions. So, our thoughts and ideas have been influenced even before their birth by feeling and emotion. Feeling guards the very outer gate of knowledge and determines largely what shall or shall not enter therein. The memory will store away and recall more readily the items which prove interesting to the feelings than those which are the contrary. Psychologists know that the imagination prefers to work with interesting materials stored away in the memory, and usually balks when required to build with materials of the opposite character. And as our thinking is largely dependent upon these two phases of mental activity, feeling is all important in deciding what we shall think of. Not only what we shall think of, but also how we shall think, is determined by our feelings. Our judgments are affected by our feelings. It is much easier to approve of the actions of some person whom we like than of an individual whose personality and views are distasteful to us. If we dislike a person or thing, we usually perceive no end of undesirable qualities in it, while if we are favorably inclined, we easily find many admirable qualities in the same person or thing. The emotions are favorable to intellectual action, since they supply the interest one feels in study. Emotion often quickens the perception, burns things indelibly into the memory, and doubles the rapidity of thought. On the other hand, strong feelings often vitiate every operation of the intellect. They cause us to see what we wish to remember only what interests our narrow feeling at the time, and to reason from selfish data only. When we consider the will, we find that it is practically entirely dependent upon the desire mental states for its motive power. The will operates in accordance with the strongest desire of the moment, and desire is the offspring of feeling and emotion. So the will depends upon the feeling and emotional phases of mental activity for its inciting motives and for its direction. In view of the great importance of the feelings and emotions in the work of our mental activities, it surely behooves the individual who wishes to develop the mastermind to carefully study and analyze the nature and character of feeling and emotion. The feelings and emotions are excellent servants and may be set to work by the mastermind with the greatest effect, but if allowed to exercise unrestrained mastery themselves, they will prove tyrants. The true mastermind impresses its dominion upon the feelings and emotions and then sets them to work in the right direction. Particularly in its phase of desire does the mastermind make use of feeling and emotion. Desire may be said to be concentrated feeling. Before we can have ambition or aspiration, there must be desire. Before we can manifest courage or energy, there must be desire. Abstract thought is a cold, bare thing, lacking vitality and warmth. Desire is filled with life, throbbing, longing, wanting, craving, insisting, and ever pressing forward into action. Desire is the motive power of all action. It is very hard to correctly define a feeling. Perhaps the nearest that we can come to a definition of a feeling is that it is a pleasant or an unpleasant mental state. A sensation may arouse a state of feeling, or it may not do so. There are many sensations that are neither pleasant nor unpleasant. Feelings may arise from either one's own bodily states or from ideas already in the mind, or called into consciousness by the sense impressions caused by outside things. Feelings are capable of the measurement according to the standards of quality or quantity. In both of these measurements, the basic standard of pleasantness and unpleasantness is involved. We often fail to recognize the vital importance of our feelings in our everyday life, thought, and actions. If our sensations were robbed of the element of feeling, we would never make any choice between things or actions, for all things would seem alike to us. The feeling value of sensations determines our attitude toward them and the things they represent in our minds. The phenomena of the world have value for us only insofar as they affect our feelings. Decisions in this world are generally made at the bar of feeling. The quality of feelings is determined principally by the fact of their respective pleasant or unpleasant effect upon us. We gauge sensations, perceptions, and ideas by this basic standard and classify them as either pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral in quality. Life is largely a struggle to secure a pleasurable quality in feeling and to rush away from a painful attribute. The same sensation or perception may awaken different qualities of feeling under different circumstances. You drop your purse and see it lying on the ground as you stoop to pick it up with no feeling of pleasure or pain. But if you see it after you have lost it and have hunted for it for a long time in vain, you have a pronounced feeling of pleasure. There is a great difference in the quantity or intensity value of the same class of feelings. The discomfort from the bite of a mosquito is not so massive as the pain from a large bruise or a broken limb. We will move in the direction of the feeling, giving us the greater degree of pleasant feeling, and we will move away from the feeling giving us the greater degree of unpleasant feeling. Practically all of our changes and choices follow this rule. All forms of pleasure and pain are called feelings. Between the pleasure which comes from eating a peach and that which results from solving a difficult problem or learning good news of a friend, between the pain that results from a cut in the hand and that which results from the failure of a long-cherished plan. There is a long distance, but the one group are all pleasures, the other all pains. Whatever the source of the pleasure or the pain, it is a like feeling. The feelings depending upon bodily states arise either from inherited tendencies and inclinations or from acquired habits and experience. A physical activity that has become the habit of the race and which has been conducive to the welfare of the race in the past tends toward pleasurable feeling in the individual. Other feelings arising from ideas and memories depend upon our individual past experience, influenced largely by association and suggestion. The ideals of those around us have a decided influence upon our feelings concerning certain things. Persons of a vivid imagination are apt to feel more keenly than do others. They suffer more and enjoy more. Some psychologists make many elaborate distinctions between feeling and emotion, but many of those distinctions may be practically disregarded. Just as sensation is a simple mental state which may evolve into a more complex mental state called perception, so is feeling a simple mental state which may evolve into a more complex mental state called emotion. Just as perception necessitates the presence of representative ideas, so does emotion require the presence thereof. Feeling may arise from either a bodily state or an idea, while emotion, as a rule, is dependent upon an idea for its full expression, and particularly for its direction and continuance. Feeling is a simple, primitive mental state. Emotion is a more complex mental state and demands the presence of a representative idea to guide and prolong it. Feeling is present in all emotional states. It is a thread on which all other states are strung like beads. When representative ideas appear, the feeling in combination with them produces emotion. The student must beware of thinking that we have done with feeling when we consider emotion. Just as the waters of a river flow on until they reach the gulf, so does feeling run through every emotional state. Emotion tends toward expression in physical action. Thus, we frown or smile, clench the fist or extend the hand, or find expression of the emotion in more complex physical actions. The manifestation of these physical forms of expression tends to fan the fire of the emotion. The full force of the emotion does not manifest itself unless the person also manifests the physical expression. Consequently, a repression of the physical expression tends to deaden and inhibit the full expression and manifestation of an emotion. Feeling and emotion reach their highest point in the mental state which we call desire. Feeling and emotion are essentially inner states, while in desire we find a state of tension in which the inner state seeks to transform itself into an outer action. When the pressure becomes sufficiently strong, the steam begins to want to find expression in action, and accordingly strives to force itself into the mechanism of action. Desire is the great motive power of life. It is the great incentive to action. A man is largely what the quality and degree of his desires have led him to be. Desire is the fire which produces the steam of action. No matter how well equipped intellectually a man may be, no matter how great may be his powers of perception, reason, judgment, and discrimination, Unless he also possesses a strong desire for accomplishment, the other faculties will never be brought into action. Desire is the great insider of mental and physical activities, the arouser of the will. Not only is our life largely determined by the nature and quality of our desires, but our accomplishments and attainments depend very materially upon the degree of our desires. The quality of desire determines in what mental path we shall travel, but the degree determines how far we shall travel. The majority of persons manifest but little detect. They want many things. It is true, but they do not want them hard enough. Their desires end in mere wishing and wanting. They do not reach the stage of action. The great men in all walks of life have possessed strong desires for attainment, accomplishment, and possession. Their desire was of such a degree that it reached the explosive point and manifested in action. It is generally taught that will is the great motive power of the mind. But this is not correct unless it is also stated that will is but the active phase of desire. Desire is the motive power that imparts the energy to the action. The will is more like a guiding, directing force which applies the energy of the desire. Will is cold and steely. Desire is glowing with heat. No matter how strong a will the individual may have, unless he has a strong desire to use the will, he will not use it. No matter how clearly a man may see how a thing may be done, no matter how well his reason and judgment may point out the way, unless he be possessed of the desire to act, and that in a goodly degree, then there will be no action. The individual who allows his desires to master him is to be pitied. But the man who has acquired the art of controlling and directing his desires has traveled far on the road to attainment. For to such a man, desire becomes a faithful and efficient servant, inspiring action and interest, and therefore all the other mental faculties. Desire is the evolved stage of feeling and emotion. It is the link between emotion on one side and will on the other side. On its inner side, desire is but the product of various states and combinations of states of feeling and emotion, and on its outer side, it merges and blends into the activities of the will. All feeling tends to excite desire. At the threshold of each higher act of will stands desire. This is a complex mental state, and it contains the elements of both emotion and will. In every state of desire is conscious feeling and conscious tension, which easily passes into action. Desire has for its object something that will bring pleasure or get rid of pain, immediate or remote, for the individual or for someone else in whom he is interested. Aversion, or a striving away from something, is merely the negative aspect of desire. Desire is not always proportional to the idea of one's own selfish pleasure. Many persons, after forming an idea of the vast amount of earthly distress, desire to relieve it, and the desire goes out in action. Many persons, particularly those of untrained will and uncultivated intellect, are moved to action upon desires along the lines of pure impulse. Persons who have trained the will and cultivated the intellect, however, are not so apt to be moved into action upon the momentary impulse. On the contrary, those persons bring the intellect into play and bring before the ego other ideas concerning the value and effect of the proposed action. They balance one set of ideas against another. They deliberate over the matter and weigh the advantages against the disadvantages of the proposed action. Here is performed the act of comparing several sorts of feelings, emotions, and desires to the end that the most desirable one presenting itself is chosen. Human beings are moved to action by their feelings, emotions, and desires. The essence of the said mental states may be summed up in the statement that men act from motives of securing that which will bring them the greatest amount of pleasure or the least amount of pain, immediate or remote, for themselves or for others in whom they are interested. In short, men ever strive for pleasure, which means that which pleases, gratifies, satisfies, comforts, or makes happy, joyous, or glad, and away from pain, which means that which displeases, fails to gratify, produces discomfort and dissatisfaction, or makes one unhappy, sorrowful, or sad. Chapter 11. The categories of feeling. We have seen that desire is the great motive power which leads to thought and action. Before we can intelligently understand how to manage and control, direct, and give force to our desires, we must first understand something about the shape, form, and phases which feeling and emotion take upon themselves in our mental world. Most of us have very vague ideas about the many phases of feeling under which it manifests itself to us. Any consciousness of like or dislike is a state of some kind or phase of feeling. If we had no feeling concerning a thing, we would not want or desire any one kind of things in preference to another kind. All things would seem alike to us, and we would not want to have or experience anything whatsoever. Life is composed largely of feelings, wants, desires, cravings, longings, for likes and dislikes, and the actions arising therefrom. The feelings and emotions in each and every one of the following categories are found to manifest in two directions. First, positive phase of desire for the objects of the feeling, and second, negative phase of fear that the individual may not attain or may lose these objects. 1. The elemental feelings. In this category are found the feelings and emotions which are basic and elemental in the human race, and which have to do with the preservation of the life of the individual man, his physical welfare, and general material comfort. In this class, we find the feelings concerned with the satisfaction of hunger and thirst, the securing of comfortable clothing, the securing and holding of comfortable living quarters or place of abode, the elemental sexual impulses, the lust for physical power and superiority, and the spirit of combat and strife. This class of feelings may be said to be practically instinctive, or as having reached the individual through heredity and race memory. And instincts are held to be the result of the past experiences of the race, transmitted by heredity, and preserved in the basic memory of the race. Their end is the preservation of the species through the preservation and survival of the individual, and through his production of offspring. The real end and aim of the instinctive feeling is seldom perceived by the individual manifesting it, for the same lies deep below the surface in the emotional being of the man. In this class of feelings, we find the so-called elemental passions, which bring in their train the feelings of hate, revenge, jealousy, desire for material possessions, and wealth. We also find those concerned with the personal pride or vanity of the individual, and which has to do with his self-regard. Even the most elemental savage manifests a high degree of vanity, and is filled with a certain kind of pride. This emotion causes men and women to indulge in many actions, otherwise unexplainable, and includes, within its limits, the desire for personal adornment and finery. 2. The affections. The feelings within the present category may be regarded as having evolved from those in the preceding category during the process of the evolution of the race. From the elemental passion of mating has evolved the much higher forms of affection for the mate and the desire for his or her welfare and comfort. Likewise, from the elemental sense of ownership and the protection thereof, which included the offspring, there has evolved the higher phases of love of and devotion to one's children, extending in many cases to the making of great sacrifices for their welfare. From instinctive sexual love and the racial instinct have developed the higher affection of man for woman and woman for man in all their beautiful manifestations, and likewise the love of the parent for the child. As man advanced in the scale, his affectional feelings enlarged their inclusive circle. The circle took in not only the mate and offspring, but also the nearer relations, and to a lesser degree, certain members of the same tribe. Friends began to be recognized, and the affectional feeling of friendship began to manifest itself in the race. Many individuals will make great sacrifices for relations and friends. 3. Social feelings. The feelings within the present category are also the outgrowth of the elemental feelings. Early in the history of the race, it was found that it was mutually advantageous for a number of individuals to form in groups for self-protection and increased efficiency in hunting and obtaining food. Man began to be a social animal early in his history. In the category of the social feelings are found those feelings which are concerned with the general welfare of the community and of the state, which lead to the performance of what are felt to be duties and obligations rightfully due toward society and our fellow men. In this category are found sociability, love of companionship, tenderness toward association, and also civic virtue, law-abiding actions, charity, mutual aid, the alleviation of poverty and suffering of others. The many forms of patriotism and devotion to one's country are also found in this class. 4. Moral feelings. The feelings within this category also have evolved from the elementary feelings of the race. They are closely bound up with the social feelings and may be regarded as the evolution thereof or as a phase thereof. This class of feelings arises from a feeling that one ought to observe certain formal codes of conduct or general laws, laid down by some superior authority, or else tacitly adopted as proper by the general society of which the individual happens to be a member. We must make the distinction between those manifesting the actions termed ethical and moral, because they feel that way on the one hand, and on the other hand, those who merely comply with the conventional requirements of custom and the law because they fear the consequences of the violation thereof. The first class have the true social, ethical, and moral feelings, tastes, idols, and inclinations, while the second manifests merely the elementary feelings of self-preservation and selfish prudence. The first class are good because they feel that way and find it natural to be so, while the second class are good merely because they have to be so, or else be punished by legal penalty or public opinion. Conscience, according to the view of science, is a compound of intellectual and emotional states resulting from the effects of evolution, heredity, experience, education, suggestion, and general environment. Conscience, therefore, is not an infallible guide, but depends entirely upon the hereditary and environmental history of the individual. Religious feelings. This class of feelings play a very important part in the everyday life of the individuals composing the race. Religious feelings may be defined as the feelings resulting from a belief in a divine, supreme being and an emotion of love for and devotion to this being and a desire to adore and worship the same. Darwin says that the feeling of religious devotion is a highly complex one, consisting of love, complete submission to an exalted and mysterious superior, a strong sense of dependence, fear, reverence, gratitude, hope for the future, and perhaps other elements. The essence of religious feeling is an inner experience rather than an intellectual conception. The emotional element is never lacking in the full religious experience and manifestation. A purely intellectual religion is naught but a philosophy. Religion without feeling and emotion is an anomaly. In all true religion, there exists a feeling of inner assurance and faith, love, awe, dependence, submission, reverence, gratitude, hope, and often fear as well. Aesthetic feelings. In this category of feelings are included the various feelings concerned with beauty or taste. Beauty is that quality of assemblage of qualities in an object which gives the eye or ear intense pleasure. Taste, as used in this connection, is the faculty of discerning beauty, glitter, congruity, proportion, symmetry, or whatever constitutes excellence, particularly in the fine arts and literature. The roots of the aesthetic feelings probably are to be found in attempts at personal decoration on the part of savages, these in turn probably having originated in the feeling of vanity or the desire to attract the other sex. Association and habit undoubtedly have much to do with determining our standards of beauty, for there is the widest differences manifest in the tastes of different individuals and different races and different classes of people. There seems to be no universal standard of beauty, and what one set of persons may consider very beautiful, another set may regard as hideously ugly. The narrow, selfish emotions kill the aesthetic feelings. The two cannot exist together. Good taste is the progressive product of progressing fineness and discrimination in the nerves, educated attention, high and noble emotional construction, and increasing intellectual faculties. From the uncultured barbarian to the most highly cultured individual of our civilization, there is always to be found a like and a dislike concerning the looks and sounds of things, and each is strongly influenced by that standard, and his actions are in accordance therewith. 7. Intellectual feelings. In this category of feelings, we find those phases of emotion or feeling which arise from the exercise of the intellectual faculties or the contemplation of the results of a similar exercise on the part of others. The faculties which are most concerned in the production and manifestation of this class of feelings are those of perception, memory, imagination, reason, judgment, and the logical faculties in general. The exercise of perception, if we are skilled therein, gives us a pleasurable feeling. And if we succeed in making an interesting or important discovery by reason thereof, we experience a strong degree of emotional satisfaction. Likewise, we experience agreeable feelings when we are able to remember distinctly something which might well have been forgotten. The exercise of the imagination is a source of great pleasure in many cases, in the direction of writing, planning, inventing, and other creative processes. Whenever an obscurity is cleared away, the reason for a thing understood and a baffling instance brought under a general law, intellectual emotion exists. This class of feelings is the result of the long evolution of the mind of the race. The savage scarcely knows these feelings, and the uncultured person experiences them to only a slight degree. It is only when men cultivate and employ voluntary attention in the direction of study, investigation, and logical thought that they find these feelings strongly in evidence. The thoughtful student will see the desirability of the individual carefully cultivating his emotional nature, so that he may strengthen those classes of feelings which are conducive to his welfare and success, and to inhibit or repress those which are harmful and destructive in their effects. The mastery of mind has as one of its essential principles the mastery of the emotional nature and its employment in the direction of influencing and stimulating thought and action. Chapter 12. The Mastery of Desire. The mastery of desire does not mean the killing out of all desire. In fact, it would be impossible to kill out all desire, for the very act of killing out would be itself a response to a desire. Mastery of desire really means the control, management, and direction of desire by the ego. The ego may decide that a certain set of desires be repressed or shut off, and prevented from expression in action or thought. Again, it may decide that certain desires be encouraged, cultivated, and stimulated so that they may exert a greater pressure and power in expression. And finally, it may decide to direct into a certain channel the force of a certain desire, so that some particular action may receive its concentrated and firmly directed power. In beginning the study of the mastery of desire, we must begin with the subject of the handling, direction, culture, and control of the feelings and emotions, for these are the stuff of which desire is made. The ego must learn how to manufacture certain grades and kinds of feeling and emotion into desire, and at the same time to discard other kinds of feelings and emotions, which would make only the wrong kind of desire. The general rules for the restraint of any class of feelings, emotions, and the desires arising therefrom are as follows. Refrain as far as possible from the physical expression of the feeling, emotion, or desire which are deemed objectionable. Refuse to permit the formation of the habit of expressing in action the feeling, emotion, or desire which are deemed objectionable. Refuse to dwell upon the idea or mental picture of the object or subject exciting the feeling, emotion, or desire which are deemed objectionable. Cultivate the class of feelings or emotions or the desires arising therefrom which are or opposed to those deemed objectionable. A strong feeling or emotion and the desire arising therefrom tends toward expression in physical action of some kind. The feeling is said not to have been fully manifested unless this outward expression is had in at least some degree. If one refrains from the physical expression, he has done something to prevent the full manifestation of the feeling. So closely are the two, feelings and their physical expression, connected, that if the man who begins to feel the rise of anger will but positively refuse to press his lips together, to frown, to narrow his eyes, to clench his fists, and above all to raise his voice, he will find that the feeling of anger will cease to increase, and that in fact it will gradually die away and disappear. Some men in important positions make it an invariable rule to maintain an even low tone of voice when they are threatened with a rush of angry feeling. They have found that such a plan prevents them from flying into a rage and enables them to keep their temper even under the most trying circumstances. There is a mutual action and reaction between emotional mental states and the physical expression thereof, each in a measure being the cause of the other, and each at the same time being the effect of the other. It is an established fact of psychology that each physical expression of an emotion serves to intensify the latter. Likewise, it is equally true that the repression of the physical expression of an emotion tends to restrain and inhibit the emotion itself. If we watch a person growing angry, we shall see the emotion increase as he talks loud, frowns deeply, clenches his fist, and gesticulates wildly. If he resolutely inhibits the muscular expressions of his anger, it will not attain great intensity, and it will soon die a quiet death. Actors have frequently testified to the fact that emotion will arise if they go through the appropriate muscular movements. If they clench the fists and frown, they often find themselves becoming really angry. If they start with counterfeit laughter, they find themselves growing cheerful. A famous psychologist said, "Refuse to express a passion, and it dies. Count 10 before venting your anger, and its occasion seems ridiculous. Whistling, to keep up courage, is no mere figure of speech. On the other hand, sit all day in a moping posture, sigh, and reply to everything with a dismal voice, and your melancholy lingers. If we wish to conquer undesirable emotional tendencies in ourselves, we must assiduously go through the outward movements of those contrary dispositions which we wish to cultivate. Soothe the brow, brighten the eye, contract the dorsal rather than the ventral aspect of the frame, and speak in a major key, and your heart must be frigid indeed if it does not gradually thaw. Habits build a mental path over which the will thereafter travels. When you express a feeling, emotion, or desire in action, you begin to form a habit. When you express it the second time, the habit takes on force, and so on, each repetition widening the mental path over which it is easy for subsequent action to travel. The oftener the feeling, emotion, or desire travels this path of action, the stronger does it become. Habit is like the lion cub, which, while perfectly harmless, when a cub eventually grows so strong as to destroy its former master. Refuse to give the disadvantageous feeling the exercise which it requires to promote its growth, for feelings grow and gain strength by exercise. Instead, starve it to death by refusing it the food of expression, and in time it will droop and die. Feeling, emotion, and desire are fed, nourished, and strengthened by the representative idea or mental image of the object or subject which has originally inspired them. Feelings are often caused by an idea, resulting from the process of thought or recalled in memory. Likewise, they are deepened and strengthened by the recalling into consciousness of such ideas. The remembrance of an insult, of an act of unkindness, of a wrong done, may cause acute feeling. The mental image of a glass of strong drink may raise intense desire in the case of a drunkard. To repress certain trains of feeling, repress the ideas that give them birth. If one wishes to inhibit, repress, or weaken any disadvantageous feeling, emotion, or desire, he should studiously and insistently refrain from allowing his attention to dwell upon the ideas tending to arouse or stimulate such feelings, emotions, or desires. It is a law of psychology that one set of feelings, emotions, or desires may be weakened, repressed, and controlled by a careful and determined cultivation of the opposite set of feelings, emotions, or desires. Every mental state in the emotional field has its opposite state. The two states are antagonistic, and each tends to annihilate the other. The two cannot exist together at the same time and place if the individual, by means of the will throw the weight of his attention into the side of the balance in which rests the preferred set of feelings, emotions, or desires. The victory will be won for that side. By the cultivation of the opposites, the person takes advantage of the fight already underway between the two opposing emotional armies, and instead of fighting the battle all alone by a frontal attack, he forms an alliance with the friendly army and throws the weight of his own will in its favor. To develop a positive quality, it is important to restrain or inhibit its opposing negative. To restrain or inhibit a negative quality, develop and encourage its opposing positive. Cultivate the opposite set of feelings, emotions, and desires, and thus restrain, suppress, inhibit, and master the set you wish to overcome and conquer. Here follow the general rules for the cultivation, development, and strengthening of the power of feelings, emotions, and desires. Frequently express, mentally and physically, the feeling, emotion, or desire which you wish to cultivate, develop, and strengthen. Form the habit of expressing in action the feeling, emotion, or desire which you wish to cultivate, develop, or strengthen. Keep before you as much as possible the idea or mental image associated with the feeling, emotion, or desire which you wish to cultivate, develop, or strengthen. Restrain the classes of feelings, emotions, and desires opposed to those which you wish to cultivate, develop, or strengthen. A feeling, emotion, or desire is developed by the physical expression thereof and also by the frequent repetition of the same in consciousness. Exercise and practice develops the emotional muscles, just as they do the physical muscles. Lose no fit opportunity of exercising and using the feeling, emotion, or desire that you wish to cultivate and develop. If you wish to be courageous, bring up often the idea of courage and endeavor to feel its thrill through you, and at the same time, deliberately assume the physical attitude of courage. Think of yourself as the courageous individual and try to walk, carry yourself, and in general, act like that individual. Get control of your physical channels of expression and master the physical expression connected with the mental state you are trying to develop. Get control of the muscles of your shoulders that you may throw them back manfully. Get control of the muscles by which you hold up your head with eyes front, hitting the world fearlessly in the face. Get control of the muscles of the legs by which you will be enabled to walk firmly, as the positive man should. Get control of your vocal organs by which you may speak in the resonant, vibrant tones which compel attention and inspire respect. But one must not content himself with merely experiencing the mental state and acting out the physical expression. The man must learn to occasionally actually perform some act requiring physical or moral courage. He must exercise his mental state and will by actual use. Grow by expression and action. Do the deeds, and you will acquire the power to do still greater. By acquiring the habit of expression of the feeling, emotion, or desire which you may wish to cultivate and develop, you make a mental path or channel over which the will naturally and easily travel. Habit renders the expression second nature. The hardest work in the voluntary establishment of an emotional habit is at the beginning. This period requires the greatest determination and stick-to-itiveness. The first battle once won, the afterfights are less severe, and finally degenerate into mere skirmishes. Beware of the slips at the start, for such slips lose more for one than he can regain in a whole day of success. The mental picture of the object or subject of a feeling, emotion, or desire, when held before the mind, tends to add force, power, and vitality to the emotional state representing it. The stronger, deeper, clearer, and more frequently repeated such a mental picture is, the stronger, deeper, and more does the emotional mental state associated with it tend to become. The clearer the mental image of the object of desire, the greater will be the degree of desire, all else being equal. If one will keep on presenting to his desire the suggestion and mental image of the object, then will the desire begin to burn more fiercely and strongly, and may be cultivated to almost any degree. Visualize the object or subject of the desire you wish to develop until you can see it quite plainly. Also, visualize yourself as attaining the object of the desire and being in possession of it. Keep this mental image with you, for it has a wonderfully stimulating effect upon the desire. The development of an opposite set of feelings, emotions, or desires tends to restrain, suppress, and eventually destroy any particular set of these mental states. Regard the opposing set as weeds, which, if allowed to grow, will choke and weaken or possibly even kill your favorite valuable plants. Carefully and determinedly weed out the harmful growths, pluck them up by the roots, and cast them out of your mental garden the moment they manifest in appearance. By resolutely refusing to permit the growth of the objectionable emotional weeds of the opposites in your mental garden, you greatly promote the growth of the valuable plants and fruits which you wish to cultivate and develop. In cultivating and developing the positive feelings, emotions, and desires, and in restraining and repressing the negative ones, you are really performing an important work in the direction of character building. A man's feelings, emotions, and desires really constitute the motive power which operates in the direction of determining the character and nature of his thoughts and actions. The work of character building must always begin by the mastery of emotion, and this mastery is attained along the lines of control, development, stimulation, direction, and cultivation, similar to those indicated in this chapter. The person wishing to scientifically build up his character should begin by making a list of his positive and negative qualities, placing the positive qualities in one list and the negative qualities in another list. He should be honest with himself in going over this list. And should not hesitate to mark down the qualities manifest in himself, which are clearly negative and disadvantageous. Nor should he let modesty prevent his marking down those qualities possessed by himself, which rightfully may be called positive and advantageous. Having made this mental diagnosis and inventory, the person should then set deliberately to work in the direction of repressing and restraining the negative and disadvantageous qualities found on his list, following some such system or method as that laid down in this chapter. At the same time, he should pay some attention to the strengthening and stimulation of the positive and advantageous qualities found on the list. In repressing and restraining the negative and disadvantageous qualities, he should not neglect to put into effect the rule which teaches how to develop the opposites of the negative qualities. By doing this, the weeds are not only rooted out, but strong, healthy, valuable plants and fruits are developed in their place. The result of such exercise, practice, and work, faithfully and determinedly followed for even a short time, will be very gratifying to those making the effort. The encouragement and development of certain kinds of will increase the willpower of the person so that great progress may be made in his intellectual development also. The task of character building is one quite worthy for performance by the mastermind. It is one of the first things that the developing and awakening mastermind, the ego, should proceed to undertake and successfully carry to a conclusion. Chapter 13. The Mastery of Thought. Speaking in the figurative sense, the kingdom of mind over which the ego, the mind master or mastermind, rules is composed of three grand divisions: feeling, thought, and will. The activities of the mind consist of feeling, thinking, and willing. Yet, so complex are the mental activities that each of these three classes are usually found manifesting in connection with one or more of the others. It is very seldom that we find a thought without also finding a blending of feelings, and usually a manifestation of will as well. But there is a clear distinction between each of these three great classes of mental states or processes, and for the purposes of intelligent study of them, it is almost imperative that we separate the mental states and processes into these three classes, that we may consider, inspect, and analyze them into the elements. In the preceding several chapters, we have considered, inspected and analyzed the great division or class of feeling, and we shall now proceed to treat the great division or class of thought in the same way. To begin with, let us ask ourselves the question, what is thought? What do we mean when we say that we think? A leading psychologist tells us that to think is to compare things with each other, to notice wherein they agree and differ, and to classify them according to these agreements and differences. It enables us to put into a few classes the billions of things that strike our perceptive faculties, to group the things with like qualities into a bundle by themselves, and to infer that what is true of one of these things will be true of the others, without actual experience in each individual case, and to introduce law and order into what at first seemed a mass of chaotic materials. Many of us who are unfamiliar with the subject will be surprised to know that they have been performing all of these several kinds of mental operations all their life, without knowing that they did so, just as you never realize or are conscious of the various distinct muscular actions you perform in the ordinary act of walking, so you are unconscious of the various mental actions you perform in the ordinary act of thinking. But in both cases, you do perform the action, even though you may be unconscious of the mechanism employed therein. And it is through this wonderful series of processes, built upon degrees of perfection as the race has evolved, that man, even from the beginning, has worked his way up from a position which was little above that of the higher beasts to that of the mastery of the living creatures, and to the partial mastery of nature herself. The man of the future, the man of the master mind, will evolve into a position as much higher than that of the average man of today, as that of the latter is higher than that of his humble ancestor of the cave-dwelling and Stone Age days. Nature is constantly using her power to kill off the thoughtless or to cripple them in life's race. She is determined that only the fittest and the descendants of the fittest shall survive. By the fittest, she means those who have thought and whose ancestors have thought and profited thereby. Geologists tell us that ages ago there lived in England bears, tigers, elephants, lions, and many other powerful and fierce animals. There was living contemporaneous with them a much weaker animal that had neither the claws, the strength, nor the speed of the tiger. In fact, this human being was almost defenseless. And yet every one of those fierce creatures succumbed either to the change of the climate or to man's inferior strength. The reason was that man had one resource denied to the animals, the power of progressive thought. The land sank, the sea cut off England from the mainland, the climate changed, and even the strongest animals were helpless. But man changed his clothing with the changing climate. He made fires. He built a retreat to keep off death by cold. He thought out means to kill or to subdue the strongest animals. Had the lions, tigers, or bears the power of progressive thought, they could have combined, and it would have been possible for them to exterminate man before he reached the civilized stage. Man no longer sleeps in caves. For all this improvement, man is indebted to thought. Man is rapidly evolving from the plane of physical power onto that of mental power. The man of the future will be as a superman compared to the men of today. He will use the powers of his mind so as to make the whole of nature his slave. The individuals of the mastermind are the forerunners of these supermen. Even now, they are mastering adverse conditions by the powers of thought, and day by day, year by year, the boundaries of the unknown are receding before the masterminds of the race. This, of all the ages of man, is the age of thought. Here, then, reader, is the work before you, the mastery of thought. Many persons believe that they are thinking when they are but exercising their faculty of memory, and that in merely an idle and passive manner. They are simply allowing the stream of memory to flow through their field of consciousness, while the ego stands on the banks and idly watches the passing waters of memory flow by. They call this thinking, while in reality there is no process of thought underway. A writer has said, thinking means a variety of things. You may have looked out of your train window while passing a field, and it may have occurred to you that that field would make an excellent baseball diamond. Then you thought of the time when you played baseball, thought of some particular game perhaps. And of course, in one sense you were thinking. But when I use the word thinking, I mean thinking with a purpose, with an end in view, thinking to solve a problem. I mean the kind of thinking that is forced on us when we are deciding on a course to pursue, on a life work you take up perhaps. The kind of thinking that was forced upon us in our younger days when we had to find a solution to a problem in mathematics, or when we tackled psychology in college. I do not mean thinking in snatches or holding petty opinions on this subject and on that. I mean thought on significant questions which lie outside the bounds of your narrow personal welfare. This is the kind of thinking which is now so rare, so badly needed. The term thinking is loosely used to cover a wide range of mental processes. These processes we may roughly divide into memory, imagination, and reasoning. It is the last only with which we have to deal. By thinking, I mean reasoning. Modern psychologists tell us that all reasoning begins in perplexity, hesitation, doubt. It is essential that we keep this in mind. If a man were to know everything, he could not think. Nothing would ever puzzle him. His purposes would never be thwarted. He would never experience perplexity or doubt. He would have no problems. If our lives and the lives of our ancestors had always run smoothly, if our every desire were immediately satisfied, if we never met an obstacle in anything we tried to do, thinking would never have appeared on this planet. But adversity forced us to it. Let us now consider the various stages of the mental process or processes that are involved in the activities that we call thinking. Analysis. The logicians tell us that the first step in the process of reasoning is that of comparing one thing with another for the purpose of discovering points of difference or likeness, and for the further purpose of classification according to those likenesses or differences. But in order to compare different things, we must first have observed them and discovered their respective qualities. For the difference in things arises solely by reason of the difference in the qualities of the respective things. And, in order to discover the qualities of things, we must pursue the process of analysis. Analysis means an examination of the component parts of anything, whether an object of the senses or of the intellect, for the purpose of reducing that thing into its original elements. Everything that is known to us in conscious experience is found to be composed and made up of certain qualities. These qualities constitute the characteristics of the thing and make the thing just what it is as distinguished from other things. We cannot think of a thing without qualities, and if we try to abstract the qualities from a thing and then set these abstracted qualities, we find that we have nothing left of the thing. Our perception of, or our representative idea of, any object is simply a perception or represented idea of the various qualities which we have discovered in the thing. This, because the object itself is merely a composite of these qualities, at least so far as its perception in our consciousness is concerned. We may realize the above fact more clearly if we apply it to some concrete and specific object. Take a horse, for instance. Try to think of the horse without reference to its several qualities, properties, and attributes, and you will find that you have no distinct idea of anything that can be known in consciousness. You have merely a name left and nothing else, and the horse itself has disappeared. Or, take a rose. Try to think of a rose without considering its color, its odor, its shape, its size, its response to touch, etc., and you have left simply the name of the rose. And this rule applies to anything and everything which we may know or seek to know in conscious experience. This being so, it follows that in order to know anything, we must know what it is. And this what it is known only by combining our knowledge of its several qualities perceived by us. And in order to know these several qualities, we must apply perception in the direction of analysis. It is astonishing to most of us to discover how little really we know about the most common objects about us when we try to set down on paper a list of the qualities which we have discovered in the objects. The cultivation of perception will, of course, greatly increase our knowledge of the objects of our consideration. Some good teachers have held that the best way of imparting instruction to pupils is that of asking them questions concerning the subject under consideration. This does not mean merely the asking of formal questions taken from a book, but questions designed to bring out the knowledge already in the minds of the pupil and the further knowledge to be developed by the process of thought on the part of the pupil, which are set in motion by the question. The questions should be asked in the form of general conversation and not taken from books. Socrates, Plato, and others among the ancients, and some moderns, have been masters of this art. The principle of asking questions and obtaining answers to them may be said to characterize all intellectual effort. The child makes its first entrance into the field of knowledge by asking questions, and the crowning efforts of the philosopher are still asking questions and attempting to find answers to them. Socrates, the ancient philosopher, was an adept in this form of extracting knowledge from the mind of his pupils and others with whom he came in contact. In fact, the method has since been known as the Socratic method. Socrates compared himself to the midwife assisting in the birth of a child and claimed that the process of the birth of ideas was assisted by his method of intelligent questioning. Just as the student is assisted in the discovery of knowledge in his own mind concerning things, so is any person assisted in the same way by asking himself questions concerning, "What do I know about this thing?" and by the additional search made by the person in response to his discovery of how little he knows about the thing in question. But this self-questioning must be done logically and intelligently, and not in a mere haphazard manner. In proposing questions, it is very necessary to keep in view the importance of arranging them in the exact order in which the subject would naturally develop itself in the mind of a logical and systematic thinker. Many systems of extracting knowledge concerning subjects or objects have been devised by different teachers of the subject. The following, known as the 7 questions, has been highly recommended by some careful students of the subject. Here, the following 7 questions are asked oneself concerning a subject or object under consideration. Who, which, what, when, where, why, how. In the 7 questions, we find that the first 2 questions bring out and establish the identity of the subject or object. The third brings out the action to or by the thing, the fourth, and fifth, the place and time, the sixth, the reason or purpose, and the seventh, the manner of the action. It will be found that this apparently simple code of questions will bring out a wealth of detail regarding any subject, object, person, thing, or event. Comparison. The second stage of reasoning is that of comparison, that is, of the process of comparing one thing or class of things with another. This for the purpose of discovering points of likeness or difference, which process will result in that of classification, a later stage. As we have seen, the process of comparison must be preceded by that of analysis, for we compare things only by comparing their respective qualities, and we discover these qualities only by the process of analysis of some kind of degree. So important are the elementary processes of thinking that some authorities have held that thinking may be said to be composed of analysis, comparison, and classification, the rest being but modifications or extensions of these elementary mental processes. In analysis, we find that a thing has many characteristics, that is, qualities, properties, or attributes. Then, by comparison, we discover that other things, previously analyzed, have characteristics differing in kind or degree from those of the first thing. When the characteristics of 2 or more things are near in kind or degree, we say that the things are like each other. When we find that these respective characteristics are far apart in degree or kind, we say that they are unlike each other. Philosophers have sought to group qualities into pairs or opposites, it being held that each quality has necessarily an opposite quality or contradictory. Thus, we have hard and soft, high and low, wide and narrow, large and small, straight and crooked, up and down, far and near, etc. The tendency to associate things according to likeness manifests itself at a very low scale in human development and is one of the first manifestations of the reasoning process in the mind of the young child. Many of these points of likeness, however, are afterward discovered to be merely superficial. For instance, the guinea pig is no pig at all, its name being given merely because its general shape resembled that of the pig. Again, a whale is commonly regarded as a fish, whereas it is not a fish at all, but is a warm-blooded animal. Suckling its young, it is much more like a seal than like a fish, although its outer appearance is like that of the fish, and the fact that it lives in the water added to the first impression. It has been said that, in a way, the perception of likeness is to an extent the perception of unlikeness. In other words, if we did not recognize the existence of the opposite quality, we would not recognize the first one. For instance, if all things were straight, we would not have our attention called to straightness as a quality. We would take the condition for granted and would not think of it at all. If we dwelt in a region of perpetual daylight, we would not think of daylight or daytime at all. But as soon as we recognize the opposite or contrasting condition, that is, that of darkness or nighttime, we recognize the existence of daylight or daytime. In short, we recognize a quality only when the different thing presents itself to us. Experience, however, has given the race the almost intuitive and instinctive realization of the pairs of opposites, or contradictories. So true is this that the trained mind instinctively leaps to the thought of an opposite, at the same time that it is considering any given quality. Psychologists hold that we can obtain a clearer and more distinct idea or mental image of anything if we will at the same time think of its opposite, either its opposite quality or a thing whose qualities are markedly opposite to that of the thing under consideration. In associating a thing with others in our memory or thought, we do so by association with like things and by association with unlike ones. The greater the likeness, the greater is the strength and value of the first form of association, and the greater the unlikeness, the greater is the strength and value of the second form. A very warm place is remembered easily in connection with another very warm place, or equally well, in connection with a very cold place. Mention a celebrated giant, and the mind first recalls the idea of other giants, and then flies to the other extreme and thinks of celebrated dwarfs. What is said here regarding the tendency of the memory is also true concerning the processes of general thought. The most common points of comparison for the purpose of discovering likeness and unlikeness are as follows: name, place, time, shape, cause, effect, use, actions, general idea or character, history, origin, and destination. Apply your test of comparison along the lines of each of the above-mentioned points concerning the things being compared by you, and you will build up a strong web of associations which will hold fast your thought and memory concerning the respective things. The more associations you have concerning a thing, the better will you know that thing. Classification. The third stage of reasoning is that of classification, of the process of tying in bundles of thought and association, the things which resemble each other, so as to reason concerning these numerous separate things afterward. The process of classification is, of course, opposite to that of analysis. The first consists of taking apart the qualities of things for the purpose of examination, while the second consists of putting together things for the purpose of reasoning about them. Classification is also often spoken of as generalization. It is a fundamental principle of psychology that several distinct things may be associated in memory and in the reasoning processes by reason of their having been grouped into logical and natural classes, families, divisions, etc. The man of trained intellect will be found to have acquired the habit of careful classification and generalization. This mental characteristic, by the way, is almost invariably possessed by persons of the scientific type of mind. Not only those engaged in the ordinary scientific pursuits, but also the efficient individuals in the professions, trades, and branches of business. The efficient man in any walk of life is usually found to have acquired the scientific habit of classification, grouping of ideas, and mental filing methods. The man who has not properly classified the myriad individual objects with which he has to deal must advance like a cripple. He only can travel with 7-league boots who has thought out the relations existing between these stray individual objects and put them into their proper classes. In a minute, a businessman may put his hand upon any one of 10,000 letters if they are properly classified. In the same way, the student of any branch can, if he studies the subjects aright, have all his knowledge classified and speedily available for use. All students or persons desiring to master any subject in the field of intellectual endeavor will find their work immensely improved and their efficiency enormously increased if they will make a written chart or diagram of any subject with which they wish to familiarize themselves, placing each important division of the idea in its proper place and in its proper and logical relation to other divisions. The mind will then take up the arrangement of such chart or diagram and will follow the same in its thought processes and in its memory processes. The preacher or lawyer does this in his preparation of sermons or briefs, and often actually sees these divisions and classifications in his mind's eye when he begins to speak and all through his discourse. The efficient salesman does the same thing and thus gets the best result of his work. Efficiency in almost any line of work depends materially upon this diagramming of the items of knowledge which have been acquired in the experience and study of the person. Classification should begin with the most general and broadest classification, and then proceed to the more particular and more limited ones. The more general and broader class will, of course, contain the greatest number of individual items of thought, and as the classification narrows itself, the number of the individual items, of course, lessens. An example of scientific classification is had in the method of indexing, followed in the large libraries. Go to some large library, and you will find that each and every general class of books has its general class number. It is in the 100 class, or the 200 class, or the 900 class, and so on. Then these hundreds are subdivided into sections, numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. Then comes a closer subdivision, and so on, until finally it comes down to the individual books, each of which has its own special number which cannot be rightly had by any other book in the library. Under this system, it is possible for a person familiar with it to go to the shelves of any library using the same system and there pick out any one particular book of the many thousands on its shelves, even though he had never been inside of that particular library before. He would first go to the shelf numbered in the 100 that he wanted, then he would find the right subdivision, and then the minor subdivision, and so on until the particular book is found. And note this fact, the book would be found in the one particular small place where it belonged, and this particular place is the only possible place in which it could be found. And finally, just as this particular book had only one proper place in which to be, and as each particular name in a card index system has only one possible place in which to be, so in a well-classified mind, there is a certain place, a one possible place in which a certain mental fact is to be found and where it will always be found. By knowing this place, the thing can always be found. We classify things together whenever we observe that they are like each other in any respect, and therefore think of them together. In classifying a collection of objects, we do not merely put together in groups those which resemble each other, but we also divide each class into smaller ones in which the resemblance is more complete. Thus, the class of white substances may be divided into those which are solid and those which are fluid, so that we get the two minor classes of solid white and fluid white substances. We call the class which is divided into two or more smaller ones the genus, and the smaller ones into which it is divided the species. Every species, then, is seen to be a small collection of the particular individuals composing it, and at the same time, the species is an individual species of the genus of which it is a part. Likewise, the genus, while a family of several species, is at the same time an individual genus to the greater family or genus of which it forms a part. The student may familiarize himself with the principle of generalization by considering himself as an individual named John Smith. John represents the primary unit of generalization. The next step is to combine John with the other Smiths of his immediate family. Then that family may be grouped with his near-blood relations and so on, until finally all the related Smiths, near and remote, are grouped together in a great Smith family. Then the family group may be enlarged until it takes in all the white people in a county, then all the white people in the state, then all in the United States, then all the white races, then all the white and other colored-skinned races, then all mankind. Then, reversing the process, living creatures may be divided and subdivided until all mankind is seen to stand as a grand class. Then the race of mankind may be divided into sub-races according to color. Then the white race may be divided into Americans and non-Americans. Then the Americans may be divided into inhabitants of the several states, or else into Indians and non-Indians, then into the inhabitants of Posey County, Indiana. The Posey County people may be divided into Smiths and non-Smiths, then the Smith family into its constituent family groups, and then into smaller families and so on, until at last the classification terminates in one particular John Smith who is found to be an individual and in a class by himself. Conception. By conception, as used in this connection, is meant that act of mind by which it forms an idea of a cause, or that enables the mind to correctly use general names. A concept is a general idea concerning a general class of things, as, for example, the terms dog, cat, man, horse, houses, etc. Each represent and expresses some concept or general idea of a class of things. The mind forms a concept in the following manner. First, it perceives a number of things, Then it observes certain qualities possessed by those things. Then it compares the several qualities of the respective things which it has perceived. Then it classifies those things according to their discovered likeness and unlikeness. Then it forms a general idea or concept embodying each certain class of things, and it usually gives to such concept a name, the latter being known as its term. For instance, after perceiving, observing, and classifying number of a certain kind of four-footed animals, and finding certain basic points of likeness underlying their particular unlikeness, the mind forms a concept or class idea of that class of animals, and then gives to that class or concept the term or name of dog. Now please note that this concept and term, dog, not only embraces every one of the different individual descriptors, but also all the different classes or breeds of dogs. Underlying all of the individual differences and the differences between the several breeds, there is a common dogness belonging to all the individuals and breeds. The common quality or set of qualities makes a dog, and entitles him to a place in the great dog family. Now, note another important fact. While you have a very clear mental concept of dog, you cannot have a clear mental picture of dog. While your concept embraces all dogs, yet your mental picture is necessarily limited to one particular dog. You cannot mentally picture an animal, combining all the different qualities of all the individual dogs. You cannot picture a composite dog embracing all the qualities of the greyhound, the bulldog, the mastiff, the poodle, the toy terrier, etc., all in one picture. Yet your concept includes and embraces all of these. The concept really means all dog, and you cannot make a mental picture of all dog, for no such creature exists outside of the intellectual realm. The concept, then, and the term expressing it, is seen to be like an algebraic or geometrical symbol, inasmuch as it stands for certain things not mentally pictured. It is like the figure 4, which stands for 4 of anything. In addition to the concepts of classes of concrete objects, we form abstract concepts denoting classes of qualities. For instance, we have the following abstract concepts, namely, sweetness, hardness, courage, energy, beauty, etc., none of which represent a concrete object, but each of which represents a certain quality considered as a class. Sweetness is not a concrete object, but merely a concept of a certain general class of quality found in things, color, shape, size, mental qualities, habits of action. These are some of the qualities first observed in things and abstracted from them in thought. Redness, sweetness, hardness, softness, largeness, smallness, fragrance, swiftness, slowness, fierceness, gentleness, warmth, cold. These are abstracted qualities of things. Of course, these qualities are really never divorced from things, but the mind divorces them in order to make thinking easier. The process of converting qualities into concepts is performed simply by transforming adjective terms into their corresponding noun terms and then employing each thought represented by each term as a symbol to express that particular class of quality. For instance, a piece of colored candy possesses the qualities of being round, hard, sweet, red, etc. Transforming these adjectives of quality into noun terms, we have the concepts of roundness, hardness, redness, and sweetness, respectively. And we then use each of the latter as a symbol in denoting that particular class of qualities wherever it is found. Our dictionaries contain such words as purity, sweetness, whiteness, industry, courage. No one ever touched, tasted, smelled, heard, or saw purity or courage. We do not, therefore, gain our knowledge of those through the senses. We have seen pure persons, pure honey. We have breathed pure air, tasted pure coffee. From all these different objects, we have abstracted the only like quality, the quality of being pure. We then say we have an idea of purity, and that idea is an abstract one. No one ever saw whiteness. He may have seen white clouds, snow, cloth, blossoms, houses, paper, horses, but he never saw whiteness by itself. He simply abstracted that quality from various white objects. Each concrete concept consists of a bundle of abstract concepts denoting general qualities. The concrete concept, dog, contains within itself all the qualities common to all dogs. The rule is that each class concept must contain within itself as many abstract concepts of quality as are common to the class represented by the concrete concept. The processes of analysis, comparison, classification, and conception, respectively, depend for their value upon the strength and keenness of perception attained by the application of voluntary attention. And voluntary attention, as we have seen, is an act of will under the direct control of the ego. Thus, we see that the mastermind has a part of its work. These processes concerned with thought and, as we shall presently discover, the value of our thought depends largely upon the correctness of our concepts. It follows that the mastermind has in his control the very springs from which the streams of thought emerge and flow. Real thinking is a process directly under the control, direction, and management of the mastermind. From start to finish, the importance of this fact can be correctly estimated only when one realizes the all-important part played by thought in the life and welfare of the individual. As a man thinketh, so is he. We are the result of what we have thought. The mastermind thinks what it wills to think, not what others will it to think or what chance determines it shall think. Thus is the mastermind the master of itself. Chapter 14. Mastery of Reasoning. We have seen that a concept expresses our general idea of a class of things. The concept of a class of concrete objects must include all the qualities common to that class, but cannot include any qualities which pertain only to certain individuals or groups within the general class. The concept dog must include all qualities common to all dogs, but cannot include qualities possessed only by some dogs, such as color, particular shape, curl of tail, or shape of head. As a consequence, the larger the number of individual things in a class represented by a concept, the smaller must be the general qualities included in that concept, and the larger the number of general qualities included in a concept, the smaller must be the number of individuals in the class represented by the concept. The general concept dog includes all individuals of any subclasses, such as bulldog or toy terrier. Yet each subclass has a large list of essential qualities, while the general class has only comparatively few qualities. The individual has a greater number of qualities than any subclass or general class of which he is a unit. Our concept of a thing expresses our knowledge of that thing. If our concept is deficient or imperfect or erroneous, then our knowledge of the thing must be likewise. Ask a number of persons to state their notion of love, faith, God, duty, phosphorus, or carbon, and you will find that nearly every person will express a different notion concerning these general ideas. A writer says, "My idea or image is mine alone. The rewards of careless observation, if imperfect, of attentive, careful, and varied observation, if correct. Between mine and yours a great gulf is fixed. No man can pass from mine to yours, or from yours to mine. A word is merely a common symbol which each person associates with his own idea or image. When a person disagrees with our notion concerning a thing, he may be thinking of something else entirely different. Men frequently quarrel and engage in disputes because they fail to observe the old adage, "Define your terms before you dispute regarding them." Most of our concepts are subject to change during our entire life. Experience may show us that they have been erroneously formed, that we have abstracted too little or too much, made a class too wide or too narrow, or that a quality must be added or taken away. The student will find a great help in forming correct, adequate, and full concepts in the form of a good dictionary, and, if possible, also in the form of a good encyclopedia. Your concept of a thing is your answer to the question, "What do I understand this thing to be?" Education, investigation, research, and experience are constantly adding to the fullness and correctness of our concepts. When to our concept of a certain kind of three-leaved ivy we add the quality of poisonous, we make a most important addition. When men added to their concept of a certain hard, black, stony substance the attribute of burning and producing heat, they made a great discovery. When men added to their concept of electricity the quality of usable energy, the world's progress was advanced. By reasoning, man is enabled to take a shortcut to knowledge of particular things. If we had to examine each particular object in order to find out its general qualities, we would make but little progress in knowledge. Reasoning presents itself as a shortcut to such knowledge, a formula by means of which we may acquire knowledge from general principles, and apart from special investigation in each and every instance. Reasoning is the process whereby we ascertain a new knowledge from old knowledge. An authority defines it as the act of going from the unknown to the known through other beliefs, of basing judgment upon a judgment, of basing new beliefs upon old beliefs. Reasoning is generally classified as follows. First, reasoning by analogy. Second, reasoning by induction. and third, reasoning by deduction. Reasoning by analogy is the simplest form of reasoning. It is based upon the general principle that if two things resemble each other in many points, they will probably resemble each other in more points. Reasoning by analogy is the most popular form of reasoning and perhaps the most liable to error. While very useful for ordinary purposes, one must always be on guard against error in judgment in such reasoning, for this form of reasoning has a large percentage of error. Persons have been poisoned by toadstools by reason of false analogous reasoning that because mushrooms are edible, then toadstools, which resemble them, must also be fit for food. If we pursue our reasoning by analogy far enough, however, and along the lines of logical thought, we really begin to employ inductive reasoning and deductive reasoning. These two forms of higher reasoning are as follows. First, reasoning by induction, or inference from particular facts to general laws. And second, reasoning by deduction, or inference from general truths to particular truths. Reasoning by induction is based upon the logical axiom, what is true of the many is true of the whole. This axiom is based upon man's perception of nature's universal and uniform laws. Observation is the first step, consisting of the observation, investigation, and examination of a number of particular facts, events, or objects, for the purpose of discovering some general qualities common to many of them. We might examine a large number of four-footed carnivorous animals, and among them find a large number possessing a certain set of qualities common to all of that number. The next step in reasoning by induction is the making of an hypothesis, or general principle, assumed as a possible explanation of a set or class of facts. We would make an hypothesis that all dogs would act in a certain way under certain circumstances, and that all dogs possessed certain physical and mental characteristics. The reasoning was based upon the axiom, what is true of the many is true of the whole. In the same way, this form of reasoning resulted in the hypothesis known as the law of gravitation. An hypothesis which has been verified by continued observation, experiment, and investigation is advanced in rank and is known as a theory. Further verification sometimes advances a theory to the rank of a law. A writer says of the making of hypothesis, the forming of an hypothesis requires a suggestive mind, a lively fancy, a philosophic imagination that catches a glimpse of the idea through the form, or sees the law standing behind the fact. The next step in reasoning by induction is that of testing the hypothesis by deductive reasoning. If the conclusion agrees with reason and experience, the hypothesis is considered to be reasonable so far as the investigation has proceeded, and likewise, if the conclusion is found to be inconsistent with reason or to be a logical absurdity, then the hypothesis is placed under suspicion or may even be utterly rejected. The final step in reasoning by induction is that of verification, resulting from extended and continued observation and testing. The greater the number of facts agreeing with the hypothesis, the greater the degree of the probability of the latter. The verification of an hypothesis must be an all-around one, and there must be an agreement between the observed facts and the logical conclusions in the case. The hypothesis must fit the facts, and the facts must fit the hypothesis. The basic principle of inductive reasoning is what is true of the many is true of the whole. This principle is founded upon our faith in the uniformity of nature. Take away this belief, and all inductive reasoning falls. The basis of induction is thus often stated to be man's faith in the uniformity of nature. The judgment that all men are mortal was reached by induction. It was observed that all past generations of men had died, and this fact warranted the conclusion that all men living will die. Every time a man buys a piece of beef, a bushel of potatoes, or a loaf of bread, he is basing his action on inference from induction. We instinctively believe in the uniformity of nature. If we did not, we should not consult our almanacs. The major premise of reasoning by deduction, the main fact assumed to be true in order to reason further by deduction, is nothing more no less than the hypothesis, theory, law, or principle discovered in the process of reasoning by induction. Deductive reasoning accepts this major premise as a fact, making no further inquiry concerning the truth of the same, and then proceeds to draw conclusions from it by certain methods of its own. Reasoning by deduction is based upon the axiom, what is true of the whole is true of its parts. In reasoning by induction, we discovered a general law through an examination of particular facts. In reasoning by deduction, we seek to discover particular facts by an application of the aforesaid law. An example of this form of reasoning is as follows. Assuming as a general law or principle that all fish are cold-blooded, and then making the following statement regarding a living creature placed before us. This creature is a fish. We then reach by deductive reasoning the conclusion that this creature is cold-blooded. We make this judgment purely by reason, for we have not actually examined that particular fish. If the creature was afterward found not to be cold-blooded, we would be justified in reasoning thusly. All fish are cold-blooded. This creature is not cold-blooded. Therefore, this creature is not a fish. All of our reasoning of this kind follows the same general rule. We may not be conscious of the several steps of the process, for we have become so accustomed to them from early childhood that they have become almost automatic. As a writer says, most persons are surprised when they find out that they have been using logical forms more or less correctly without having realized it. Yet, in a certain way, everyone must have been a logician since he began to speak. The syllogism has been defined as an argument expressed in strict logical form, so that its conclusiveness is manifest from the structure of the form alone, without any regard to the meaning of the terms. You may see the truth of the above definition by stating the argument about the fish as follows. All A is Z, I is A, therefore I is Z. The second fish argument may be stated in this form, with equal force and validity. All A is Z, A or A, therefore R is not A. But do not consider that because an argument may proceed to a logical conclusion, that conclusion must necessarily be true. Remember this always: if the major premise is false, the conclusion based on it will be false, even though the process of reasoning may be logically correct. For instance, the moon is made of green cheese. That object is the moon. Therefore, that object must be a fine dwelling place for rats and mice. A syllogism must have 3 and only 3 propositions. These propositions are as follows. First, major premise. Second, minor premise. And third, conclusion. Here is an example of the above. 1. Major premise. All fish are cold-blooded. 2. Minor premise. This creature is a fish. 3. Conclusion. Therefore, this creature is cold-blooded. A fallacy is an unsound argument or mode of arguing which, while appearing to be decisive of a question, is in reality not so, or a fallacious statement or proposition in which the error is not readily apparent. Sophistry is a fallacy used to deceive others. Sophistry employed to deceive others regarding their moral obligations or rules of conduct is frequently called casuistry. The fallacy of begging the question consists of one assuming as a proven and accepted fact something which has not been proved, or which, at least, would not be accepted by the other person were it put squarely before him in the form of a plain question. The gist of this form of fallacy may be said to be in the unwarranted assumption of a premise, usually the major premise. A writer gives as an example of this fallacy through the following argument expressed as a syllogism. Good institutions should be united. Church and state are good institutions. Therefore, church and state should be united. The above argument may seem quite reasonable and logical at first thought, but a more careful examination will disclose the fact that the major premise, namely, good institutions should be united, is a mere impudent assumption lacking proof. Question the major premise, and the whole chain of reasoning is broken. Many public men habitually violate the laws of sound reasoning in this way. They boldly assert a fallacious premise and then proceed to reason or argue logically from it, the result being that their hearers are confused by the apparently logical nature of the whole argument and the soundness of the conclusion, overlooking the important fact that the basic premise itself is unwarranted and unsound. Such argument and reasoning is rotten at the core. In all reasoning and argument, therefore, be sure to establish the reasonableness of the premises or basic facts. It is true that no reasoning or argument is possible unless we agree to assume as reasonable or proved a certain general or particular proposition. But we are always entitled to take the benefit of the doubt in such a case by challenging the reasonableness of the principle or premise seemingly fallaciously advanced to support the subsequent argument or chain of reasoning. Once admit or allow to pass unchallenged a fallacious premise, and you may be led by the nose into an intellectual quagmire or morass. A fallacious premise is like a rotten foundation of a building. That which is erected thereon may have been carefully built and be of sound material, but nevertheless the whole building is unsafe, dangerous, and not fit for habitation. A writer has given us the following basic rules of sound reasoning and argument. First, clearly define your terms and insist upon your opponent doing likewise. Second, establish the correctness or reasonableness of your premises and insist upon the other side doing the same. Third, then observe the laws of sound reasoning from premise to conclusion. The mastermind refuses to be misled and insists upon the premises being at least reasonable and not mere balked and impudent assertions and assumptions. The fallacy of reasoning in a circle consists in assuming as proof of a proposition the very same proposition itself, stated, however, in another form. For example, the following proposition: this man is a rascal because he is a rogue. He is a rogue because he is a rascal. Here is an explanation given under this fallacious principle. We are able to see through glass because it is transparent. We know that it is transparent because we can see through it. Or, again, the Church of England is the true church because it was established by God. It must have been established by God because it is the true church. This particular form of fallacy is most effective and dangerous when it is employed in long arguments, it being often quite difficult to detect its presence in long discourses, in which the two statements of the same thing are separated by other words and thoughts. Irrelevant conclusion is a fallacy which consists in injecting into the conclusion something not contained in the premises. For example, all men are sinners. John Smith is a man, therefore John Smith is a horse thief. A more plausible form is as follows: all thieves are liars. John Brown is a liar, therefore John Brown is a thief. In this last, the statement ignores the fact that while all thieves are liars, all liars are not necessarily thieves. Remember the old saying, all biscuits are bread, but all bread is not biscuit. False cause is a fallacy which consists in assuming a false relation of cause and effect between things merely occurring at the same time at the same place. A coincidence is not necessarily a cause. There follow typical examples. The cock crows just before sunrise, therefore the cock crow causes the sun to rise. Or, the Demo-Publican administration was accompanied by bad crops. Therefore, the Demo-Publican Party in power is the cause of bad crops, and therefore should be kept out of power. Burden of proof is a favorite device of sophistical reasoners to attempt, without due warrant, to throw the burden of proof upon the opponent, particularly when this is employed to establish the truth of the sophist's contention, because the opponent is unable to prove that it isn't true. The absurdity and fallacious nature of this is more clearly perceived when the proposition is illustrated by a ridiculous example, as for instance, the moon is made of green cheese. This must be admitted by you to be true, because you cannot prove the contrary. The answer to such a fallacious argument is, of course, the statement that the burden of proof rests upon the person making the statement, not on his opponent, and that proof does not consist in the mere absence of disproof, but rather in the positive evidence advanced to support the proposition advanced. Abuse of opponent is no argument or true reasoning. To abuse the opponent or the general character of those holding contrary opinions. Likewise, it is not a sound argument, nor logical reasoning, to appeal from the principle under consideration to the personal practices of the person advocating the practice. For instance, a man arguing the advantages of temperance may be very intemperate himself, But to point to his intemperate habits is no proof or argument that the principle of temperance is incorrect. A proposition is either true or untrue, regardless of the personal character of the persons advocating or presenting it. Prejudice is an unreasonable predilection for or objection to anything, especially an opinion or leaning adverse to anything, without just grounds or before sufficient knowledge. Prejudice arises from feeling, not from reason. When we form judgments from feeling, we frequently perpetrate fallacy. And yet, the average person performs the greater part of his decisions and makes the greatest number of his judgments. In this way, he is ruled by prejudice rather than by reason. A writer says, "Many persons reason from their feelings rather than from their intellect. They seek and advance not true reasons, but excuses. They seek to prove a thing to be true simply because they want it to be true. The tendency is to see only those facts which agree with our likes or are in line with our prejudices, and to ignore the other set of facts." Another writer says, 9 times out of 10, to argue with any man on a subject that engages his emotions is to waste breath. His mind is not open to logical persuasion. His emotions first determines his opinion and then prompt his logical faculties to devise plausible excuses for it. There is a thing that psychologists call a complex. It consists of an idea charged with emotion, and it operates as a sort of colored screen in front of the mind. A man whose emotions are deeply engaged on one side of a question may think that he is reasoning about it. But, in fact, he may be incapable of reasoning about it, because whatever impressions his mind receives in that connection come through his complex and take on its color. Most of the work of effective thinking consists in the observance of a few elementary maxims, as follows. First, all proof begins with something which cannot be proved, but can only be perceived or accepted, and is called an axiom or first principle. Second, there can be no argument save between those who accept the same first principle. Third, an act can only be judged by defining its object. And fourth, anything can be defended which is not a contradiction in terms. There is no royal road to the cultivation of the reasoning faculties. There is, by the old familiar rule, practice, practice, practice. Nevertheless, there are certain studies which tend to develop the faculties in question. The study of arithmetic, especially mental arithmetic, tends to develop correct habits of reasoning from one truth to another, from cause to effect. Better still is the study of geometry, and best of all, of course, is the study of logic and the practice of working out its problems and examples. The study of philosophy and psychology also is useful in this way. So valuable is geometry as a discipline that many lawyers and others review their geometry every year in order to keep the mind drilled to logical habits of thinking. The study of logic will aid in the development of the power of deductive reasoning. It does this first by showing the method by which we reason. To see the laws which govern the reasoning process, to analyze the syllogism and see its conformity to the laws of thought is not only an exercise of reasoning, but also gives that knowledge of the process that will be both a stimulus and a guide to thought. In the second place, the study of logic is probably even more valuable because it gives practice in deductive thinking. One can think without the knowledge of the science of thinking, just as one can use language correctly without a knowledge of grammar. Yet, as the study of grammar improves one's speech, so the study of logic can but improve one's thought. We cannot infer anything we please from any premises we please. We must conform to certain definite rules or principles. Any violation of them will be a fallacy. There are two simple rules which should not be violated, namely, first, the subject matter in the conclusion should be of the same general kind as in the premises. Second, the facts constituting the premises must be accepted and must not be fictitious. When you find yourself fluctuating back and forth between two opinions, you might find it helpful to hold an internal debate. State to yourself as strongly as possible the case for the affirmative, and then put as convincingly as possible the case for the negative, holding a refutation if necessary. You should never use an argument which you can see on its face to be fallacious, nor a statement which represents merely a prejudice and nothing more. By thus making your reasons articulate, you will find that there is really no tenable case at all for one side, and you will seldom fail to reach a definite conclusion. The pragmatic method can be applied with profit to nearly all our positive problems. Before starting to solve a question, while deciding, for instance, on the validity of some nice distinction in logic, we should ask ourselves, what practical difference will it make if I hold one opinion or another? How will my belief influence my action? This may often lead our line of inquiry into more fruitful channels, keep us from making fine but needless distinctions, help us to word our question more relevantly, and lead us to make distinctions where we really need them. The mastermind detaches itself from its mental machinery and tools, occasionally and as a matter of exercise, and enters into the full realization of its real existence and real supremacy. Over its mental field, it exclaims to itself, I am the master of all this. And in this spirit, it imposes its authority upon its tools and machinery, and bids them to perform its work efficiently and intelligently. When feeling is necessary to stimulate thought and intellectual endeavor, the mastermind pulls the lever of feeling and emotion and throws its power into the machinery. Likewise, when it perceives that feeling and emotion are clogging and gumming up the free movement of the intellectual machinery, then the mastermind reverses the emotional lever and decreases its power. In short, the ego, the mastermind, and the mind master takes the central place of power and authority and manages, controls, and directs the entire mental machinery. The methods which we have indicated and pointed out in this chapter are but suggestions to the mastermind as to how it may obtain the best, most profitable, and most confident work out of its mental machinery concerned with thought and reasoning. But the real direction must come from the mastermind itself, in the form of will. The intellect is like a good servant, and will listen carefully to and faithfully obey the commands issued to it by the mastermind through the medium of the will. The mastermind must actually exercise its directing and controlling power itself. The intellect may be compared to a high-powered automobile. The mastermind is the driver thereof. These chapters are the book of directions which the driver studies, and whose principles he applies. But at last, the driver must do the real driving, steering, and directing. His hand touches the buttons and pulls the levers and shuts on and off the power of the will to or from certain parts of the machinery. The efficient chauffeur always drives the machine. He never allows the machine to run away with him. The mastermind should follow the example of the good chauffeur. Chapter 15. Subconscious Mentality. The old psychology held that mind and ordinary consciousness were practically identical. The newer conception holds that a large share of mental processes are performed on planes of mentality under or above the ordinary plane of consciousness. This idea is now the accepted teaching of the best schools of psychological thought. Ordinary consciousness is but a very small field of the mind's work. The greater part of mental activities is performed outside this narrow field, and only its results are presented to ordinary consciousness when called for. On other planes of mind are performed great quantities of mental work: classification, analysis, synthesis, adjustment, combination. These subconscious planes grind, digest, and assimilate facts impressed through the senses or ideas from the conscious field itself. The subconscious plane is the great record storehouse of memory. In it are contained all records of past impressions, and from it everything that is remembered, recalled, or recollected must come and be represented to the conscious mind. Instead of man having two minds, he really has but one mind, with many planes or fields of activity, of which ordinary consciousness is but one field, and a small one at that. The so-called subconscious or unconscious planes of mind are not unconscious, but are really conscious in various degrees of consciousness peculiar to themselves. When impressions, ideas, or records pass in and out of consciousness, they pass in and out of the narrow field of ordinary consciousness, just as tiny living creatures in a drop of water under a microscope pass in and out of the field of vision. Mental events imperceptible to consciousness are far more numerous than others. We perceive only the highest points, the lighted-up peaks of a continent whose lower levels remain in the shade. Outside a little luminous circle lies a large ring of twilight, and beyond this, an indefinite night. But the events of this twilight and this night are as real as those within the luminous circle. In every conscious state, there are at work conscious, subconscious, and infraconscious energies. The last is indispensable as the first. The mind is not at any time conscious of all its materials and powers. At any moment, we are not conscious of a thousandth part of what we know. Between perception and recall, the treasures of memory are, metaphorically speaking, away from the eye of consciousness. An event may not be thought of for 50 years, and then suddenly appear in consciousness. Our conscious mind, as compared with the unconscious mind, has been likened to the visible spectrum of the sun's rays, as compared to the invisible part which stretches indefinitely on either side. The chief part of heat comes from the ultra-red rays that show no light, and the main part of chemical changes in the vegetable world result from the ultraviolet rays at the other end of the spectrum, which are equally invisible to the eye. So the mind includes not only the visible or conscious part and the subconscious, but also the supraconscious mind that lies at the other end, all those regions of higher soul and spirit life, of which we are at times vaguely conscious, but which always exist and link us to eternal verities. The processes and activities of the subconscious planes of mentality may be classified as follows. First, processes of memory. Second, processes of imagination. Third, processes of subconscious thought. Memory is the faculty of the mind by which it retains the knowledge of previous thoughts, impressions, or events. Remembrance is that exercise of the power of memory by which the representation of past impressions occurs more or less spontaneously and without conscious effort of will. Recollection is that exercise of the power of memory in which there is a more or less conscious and active exercise of the will in the direction of calling back certain impressions of which we are vaguely aware we have previously experienced. Reminiscence is that exercise of the power of memory in which there is a blending of resemblance and recollection, a conscious representation and reassembling of a series of previous experiences. The processes of memory consist of three distinct activities. First, the securing of records of impressions. Second, the intelligent storing away of the records of its impressions, including the indexing and cross-indexing of such records. And third, the finding and bringing into consciousness such filed away stored records. The subconscious faculties of the mind in the processes of memory present plastic mind stuff to receive thereon the impressions of the senses, of the imagination, and of the ideas evolved by thought. Each sensation, thought, or idea makes an impression on a record, varying in depth and clearness according to the degree of attention bestowed upon it. If the sensation, thought, or idea is repeated, the same record receives it, and the impression is deepened. However, the imagination may indulge itself in enlarging and extending its character, and if this be done several times, the record will be changed, and it will be almost impossible to distinguish the original impression from those added by the imagination. The subconscious workers must have a perfect system of storing and indexing the records with countless cross-indexes and cross-references. They must arrange each recorded thought, sensation, or idea so that it may be associated with others of its kind, so that when a record is examined, it may bring with it its associations in time, space, and classification. So important is this law of association in memory that the entire value of memory depends upon it. When unable to recall a desired fact or idea, the next best thing is to think of some associated fact, scene, or idea. And once having laid hold upon a link in the chain, it is merely a matter of time before the missing record is found. In order to remember or recollect an impression previously experienced, the impression must have left some record of its original presence. While psychology holds that every impression experienced in consciousness is recorded somewhere in the memory, most impressions received are so shallow and so indistinct that the record thereof scarcely exists, and could not well be clearly reproduced even if found. The degree of clearness of the memory impression depends upon the degree of attention which we have given to the original impression. Attention is the recording needle which makes the record on the wax cylinder of memory. If the needle point of attention is dulled or encrusted with wax, then there is no clear record and consequently no possibility of a clear reproduction. If the needle point of attention is sharp and clean, then we have a clean, clear, deep record and consequently a clear, strong reproduction at a later time. Most persons complaining of a poor memory are really suffering from poor attention. Their first step in memory culture should be that of cleaning and sharpening the needle point of attention. After obtaining a good, clean, clear record on the wax cylinder of the memory phonograph, the next step is that of filing away and storing away such record in such a way that it may easily be found. Nature has furnished us with subconscious helpers who do the best they can for us. But in our complex modern life, we pour into the subconscious storehouse of memory such a heterogeneous mass and mixture of records that the powers of the subconscious filing clerks are overtaxed. The process of intelligent storing away and filing of memory records is greatly aided by an understanding of the principle of mental association. Every mental impression, sensation, thought, or complex derivative of these is bound by associative links to other mental impressions. These associative links are practically cross-indexes in the filing room of memory. The more cross-index references that an impression or idea has, the more easily it is located and the more quickly is it recollected. The rule of association is, associate each thing that you wish to remember with as many other things as possible which will be likely to suggest the thing to you. Link and associate that particular thing to and with as many other suggestive things as possible. Attach to it the memory of the circumstances under which you first heard the thing, the people present, the scene, what led up to the thing and what followed it, and what it reminded you of. Not only will this help you to easily recall the thing itself, but it will also develop your general memory and general fund of knowledge. The final active process of memory is that of recollection, bringing to light the stored away records of memory and bringing them into the field of consciousness. Providing that you have originally obtained good, clear records and filed them away properly and intelligently, there then remains simply the effort of desire or will to bring them to light and consciousness. Recollection, like every other mental or physical activity, depends largely for its efficiency upon exercise. If you will practice a few simple exercises in recollection every day, you will find that your memory will rapidly and greatly improve. Most persons take recollection for granted and use it only when they need it very much. That is as foolish as to expect that your arm muscles will be able to perform occasional strenuous tasks without you having previously given them exercise and use. Training, mental and physical, means simply intelligent exercise. And there is but one fundamental rule of exercise: do it. Once in a while, when you have a little spare time after work hours, sit down and try to recall the occurrences and happenings of the day. You will find that by a little practice, you will be able to recall far more of these happenings than you will be able to do at the first trial. Then try to make a mental synopsis of the happenings of the past week at the end thereof. It is related of an eminent American statesman of the last century that by this simple practice he cured himself of a notorious notoriously poor memory, and in its place developed an extraordinarily efficient memory in all of its phases. Imagination, the second class of the processes of the subconscious mentality, very closely resembles its brother, the memory, but there is an important distinction between the two. Memory reproduces only the original impressions placed within its realm, while imagination reproduces the recorded impressions of memory, not in their original condition, but in new groupings, arrangements, and forms. Memory is the storehouse of impressions, but imagination is the artist working with these stored-up impressions and making new and wonderful things with the same. Imagination takes these stored-away impressions and creates new forms of things from them, but always uses the materials it finds in the memory storehouse. It makes new combinations, new arrangements, new forms, but it never makes new materials. There are practically no limits to the new arrangements and new combinations possible to imagination. But this is about the limit of its powers. Always, under the manifold and diverse forms of the creations of imagination, there will always be found the stuff or material which it has obtained from the storehouse of memory and which memory has obtained through sensation and perception. You may imagine an elephant with the wings of an eagle, the tail of an alligator, the horns of a bull moose, and the legs of a giraffe. You say you have never seen such a creature, for such does not exist. But you have perceived each and every one of the characteristics of this impossible animal. You have seen an elephant, an eagle, an alligator, a bull moose, and a giraffe, and you have abstracted from each of these animals certain characteristics, and then have built up these several characteristics into a new creature which is a product of your imagination. But you have not created a single new material or part. You have simply recombined and rearranged these original perceptions. Imagination is subject to misuse as well as use. The word is frequently employed to indicate the misuse of it in the form of idle daydreams and vain, fanciful flights of the imagination. This misuse arises from the involuntary exercise of the imagination, allowing this subconscious faculty to indulge in purposeless and useless activity. This is like mere daydreaming, and is a habit which often obtains quite a hold over persons if too freely indulged in, and often leading them away from the actualities of life. It is a mild form of mental intoxication, and the effects are undesirable, for they often manifest in a weakening of the will, and rendering infirm the voluntary purposive faculties of the mind. The most harmful effects of this idle exercise of the imagination is that it usurps the place rightfully belonging to action. It is so much easier and so much more pleasant to dream of accomplishments than to attempt to make them come true in actual life. The habitual daydreamer gradually loses the desire to participate in the activities of life and slowly sinks into a mere passive existence. The best modern psychology recognizes this danger of the misuse of the imagination and lays great stress upon the necessity of transmuting the energies of the imagination into the images of things connected with the life work of the individual, character building, self-mastery, and general creative work along the lines of the constructive imagination. Modern psychology holds that the positive use of the imagination along creative and constructive lines is worthy of cultivation and development by scientific methods, for by its intelligent and propositive application, it leads to all progress and advancement, attainment, and realization. Creative and constructive imagination furnishes the pattern, design, or mold of future action or material manifestation. The imagination is the architect of deeds, actions, and accomplishments. A leading scientist once said, "Physical investigation, more than anything besides, helps to teach us the actual value and right use of the imagination, of that wondrous faculty which, when left to ramble uncontrolled, leads us astray in a wilderness of perplexities and errors, a land of mists and shadows, but which, properly controlled by experience and reflection, becomes the noblest attribute of man, the source of poetic genius, the instrument of discovery in science, without the aid of which Newton would never have invented fluxions, nor Davy have decomposed the earths and alkalis, nor would Columbus have found another continent. In this constructive and creative work of the imagination, we have but another example of the principle of the ego, using its instruments of expression, instead of allowing the latter to use the ego. The ego uses its imaginative faculties along creative and constructive lines instead of allowing them to run away with the chariot of the ego. It is the positive use of the faculties instead of the negative. It is another illustration of the power of the mastermind in its work of the mastery of mind. Before the imagination can build, construct, and create, it must be supplied with the proper materials. The materials with which the imagination works is to be had only in the subconscious storehouse of memory. Therefore, the memory must be supplied with a stock of information concerning the particular subject or object which the imagination is to develop by means of its creative power. The impressions stored away in this manner should be clear, distinct, and strong. The imagination should be developed, cultivated, and strengthened by voluntary and directed exercise and use. Acquire the habit of mapping out the work you have to do in advance and allowing the creative imagination to fill in the details of the map after you have made the general outlines. Turn your attention upon the tasks before you, and you will find that, providing you have the strong desire for improvement well kindled, the imagination will set to work suggesting improvements. Avoid the habit of idle daydreaming, for such only dissipates and wastes the energies of the imagination. Instead, strive to acquire the habit of the purposeful, voluntary use of the imagination. In the work of constructive imagination, always hold firmly to the central idea and central purpose of your thought. Build up, tear down, alter, and change the details as much as you see fit, but always with the idea of improving and creating, but never allow yourself to be sidetracked. Let the central idea and its purpose be the skeleton framework upon which you build your structure. Acquire the habit of discarding all ideas and mental images that are not conducive to your creative work. Hold your mind one-pointed while engaged in your imaginative work. Subject all your ideas and mental images to the test. Is this conducive to the task in view? Does this tend to efficiency? Hold fast to the positives and reject the negatives. Always hold before your mental eye the picture of yourself, accomplishing the thing you have set out to do, and also the picture of the result, taking on the proper form and power. In order to execute consciously a voluntary act, we must have in the mind a conception of the aim and purpose of the act. It is as serving to guide and direct our various activities that mental images derive their chief value and importance. In anything that we purpose or intend to do, we must first of all have an idea or image of it in the mind, and the more clear and correct the image, the more accurately and efficiently will the purpose be carried out. We cannot exert an act of volition without having in mind an idea or image of what we will to effect. By aiming at a new construction, we must clearly conceive what is aimed at. Where we have a very distinct and intelligible model before us, we are in a fair way to succeed. In proportion as the ideal is dim and wavering, we stagger and miscarry. When one is engaged in seeking for a thing, if he keep the image of it clearly before the mind, he will be likely to find it, and that too, probably where it would otherwise have escaped his notice. The imagination, instead of doing as it likes, when it likes, and how it likes, is really as readily amenable to the control, direction, and mastery of the ego as is any other of the mental processes. The mastermind is the master of imagination, as it is the master of the rest of the mental realm. The third of the great classes of processes of the subconscious mentality is that which may be called that of subconscious thought. While most persons accept readily the fact of the subconscious nature of the processes of memory and imagination respectively, they are somewhat skeptical at first concerning the statement that the mind performs a large portion of its thought processes on those planes of mentality below the plane of the ordinary consciousness. At least 90% of our mental life is subconscious. If you will analyze your mental operation, you will find that conscious thinking is never a continuous line of consciousness, but a series of conscious data with great intervals of subconsciousness. We sit and try to solve a problem and fail. Suddenly an idea dawns that leads to a solution of the problem. The subconscious processes were at work. A close attention to our internal operations gives us this result, that we exercise ratiocination of which we have no consciousness, and generally it furnishes us with this marvelous law that every operation whatsoever of our minds is unknown to us until a second operation reveals it to us. The unconscious logical processes are carried out with a certainty and regularity which would be impossible where there exists the possibility of error. Our mind is so happily designed that it prepares for us the most important foundations of cognition, while we have not the slightest apprehension of the modus operandi. This unconscious mentality, like a benevolent stranger, works and makes provision for our benefit, pouring only the mature fruits into our laps. There are thoughts that never emerge into consciousness, which yet make their influence felt among the perceptive currents, just as the unseen planets sway the movements of the known ones. A businessman in Boston had given up thinking of an important question as too much for him, but he continued so uneasy in his brain that he feared that he was threatened with palsy. After some hours, the natural solution of the question came to him, worked out, it is believed, in that troubled interval. We are constantly aware that feelings emerge unsolicited by any previous mental state, directly from the dark womb of unconsciousness. Indeed, all our most vivid feelings are thus derived. Suddenly, a new, irrelevant, unwilled, and unlocked for presence intrudes itself into consciousness. Some inscrutable power causes it to rise and enter the mental presence as a sensorial constituent. It has often happened that after accumulating a store of facts, one has been unable to proceed further. Then, after an interval of time, the obscurity and confusion has cleared away. The facts have settled in their right places, though one has not been sensible of having made any effort for that purpose. After days, weeks, or months, we often find to our great astonishment that the old opinions we had up to that moment have been entirely rearranged, and that new ones have already become lodged there. This unconscious mental process of digestion and assimilation has been experienced by many. The mind receives from experience certain data and elaborates them unconsciously by laws peculiar to itself, and the result merges into consciousness. Berthelot, the great French chemist and founder of synthetic chemistry, told his intimates that the experiments which led to many of his wonderful discoveries were not the result of carefully followed trains of thought or of pure reasoning processes, but, on the contrary, they came of themselves, so to speak, as if from the clear sky above. At times one has had the feeling of the uselessness of all voluntary effort, and also that the matter was working itself clear in one's mind. It has seemed that one was really a passive instrument in the hands of a person not oneself. In view of having to wait for the results of these unconscious processes, one has proved the value of getting together material in advance and then leaving the mass to digest itself till ready to write about it. One writer delayed for a month the writing of his book, System of Psychology, but continued reading the authorities. He would not try to think about the book. He would watch with interest the people passing the windows. One evening, when reading the paper, the substance of the missing part of the book flashed upon his mind, and he began to write. My brownies, God bless them, who do one half of my work for me when I am fast asleep, and in all human likelihood do the rest for me as well when I am wide awake, and foolishly suppose that I do it for myself. I had long been wanting to write a book on man's double being. For 2 days I went about racking my brains for a plot of any sort, and on the second night I dreamt the scene in Jekyll and Mr. Hyde at the window, and a scene afterward split in two, in which Hyde, pursued, took the powder and underwent the change in the presence of his pursuer. In Olalla, the Count, the mother, Olalla's chamber, the meeting on the stairs, the broken window, were all given me in bulk and details as I have tried to write them. The principle of the reality of the processes of subconscious thought has been clearly illustrated, and the facts are admitted by all advanced modern psychologists. Many eminent persons have testified as to the manifestation of similar phenomena in their own experience. In the inner consciousness of each of us, there are forces which act much the same as would countless tiny mental brownies or helpers who are anxious and willing to assist us in our mental work, if we will but have confidence and trust in them. This is a psychological truth expressed in the terms of the old fairy tales. The process of calling into service these inner consciousness helpers is similar to that by which we constantly employ to recall some forgotten fact or name. We find that we cannot recollect some desired fact, date, or name, and instead of racking our brains with an increased effort, we pass on the matter to the inner consciousness with a silent command, "Recollect this name for me," and then go on with our ordinary work. After a few minutes, or it may be hours, all of a sudden, pop, will come the missing name or fact before us, flashed from the planes of the inner consciousness by the help of the kindly workers or brownies of those planes. The experience is so common that we have ceased to wonder at it, and yet it is a wonderful manifestation of the inner consciousness workings of the mind. The missing word does not present itself accidentally or just because there are mental processes at work for your benefit. And when they have worked out the problem for you, they gleefully push it up from their plane onto the plane of the outer consciousness where you may use it. If you would learn to take advantage of the work of these subconscious brownies, form a mental picture of the subconscious storehouse in which is stored all sorts of knowledge that you have placed there during your lifetime, as well as the impressions that you have acquired by race inheritance and racial memory. The information stored away has often been placed in the storage rooms without any regard for systematic storing or arrangement. And when you wish to find something that has been stored away there a long time ago, the exact place being forgotten, you are compelled to call to your assistance the little brownies of the mind, which perform faithfully your mental command. Recollect this for me. These brownies are the same little chaps that you charge with the task of waking you at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning when you wish to catch an early train, and they obey you well in this work of the mental alarm clock. These same little chaps will also flash into your consciousness the report, "I have an engagement at 2 o'clock with Jones." When looking at your watch, you will see that it is just a quarter before the hour of 2, the time of your engagement. If you will examine carefully into a subject which you wish to master, and will pass along the results of your observations to these subconscious brownies, you will find that they will work the raw materials of thought into shape for you in a comparatively short time. They will arrange, analyze, systematize, collate, and arrange in consecutive order the various details of information which you have passed on to them, and will add thereto the various articles of similar information that they will find stored away in the various recesses of your memory. In this way, they will group together various scattered bits of knowledge that you have forgotten. You never absolutely forget anything that you have placed in your mind. You may be unable to recollect certain things, but they are not lost. Sometime later, some associative connection will be made with some other fact, and lo, the missing idea will be found fitted nicely into its place in the larger idea, the work of our little brownies. Nearly everyone has had some experience, more or less, in the matter of setting the brownies to work, although often it is produced almost unconsciously and without purpose and intent. Perhaps the best way for the average person to get the desired results is for one to get as clear an idea of what one really wants to know, as clear an idea or mental image of the question you wish answered. Then, after rolling it around in your mind, mentally chewing it as it were, giving it a high degree of voluntary attention, you can pass it on to your subconscious mentality with the mental command. Attend to this for me, work out the answer, or some similar order. This command may be given silently or else spoken aloud. Either will do. Speak to the subconscious mentality or its little workers, just as you would speak to persons in your employ, kindly but firmly. Talk to the little workers and firmly command them to do your work. And then forget all about the matter. Throw it off your conscious mind and attend to your other tasks. Then, in due time, will come your answer, flashed into your consciousness. Perhaps not until the very minute that you must decide upon the matter or need the information. You may give your brownies orders to report at such and such a time, just as you do when you tell them to awaken you at a certain time in the morning, so as to catch the early train, or just as they remind you of the hour of your appointment, if you have them well trained. The above instruction, though conveyed in a fanciful style in order to catch the attention and to be easily remembered, really contains the essence and substance of the most approved methods of making use of the faculties of the subconscious mentality in the process of subconscious thought. The reader should carefully study this method and begin to practice it as he wishes to make use of this wonderful power of the mind. After a little practice, his mental powers will be enormously increased, and his general efficiency likewise added to. Here, as elsewhere, we have the fact set forth that the ego is the mastermind, ruling, controlling, directing, and managing his subjects, the mental faculties. The ego, the mastermind, has a large realm over which to rule and many subjects to govern, but it has the power to govern them properly and efficiently, providing that it will awaken to its own reality and power, and will grasp firmly the scepter of authority, which rightfully belongs to it. Chapter 16. The Mastery of Will. There is probably no phase of mental activity which is more difficult to define than that called the will. All of us know quite well what is meant by the will, but when we attempt to express the knowledge in formal words, we find it most difficult. The modern conception of the will is that of mental states concerned with action. The will may be said to present three general phases of itself for our consideration, namely, first, the phase in which desire is being transformed into will. Second, the phase in which there is the process of deliberation concerning the respective values of several courses of action, which begins with conflicting motives and ends with a decision or choice. Third, the phase of action resulting from the decision or choice. All activities of the will may be said to have been preceded by desire. One may desire without actually setting the will into operation, but one can scarcely be thought of as willing without having first experienced the desire to will. It is almost impossible to conceive of one willing to do a thing unless from the motive of desire, either in the form of wanting to or that of fear. Will is seen to be the active expression of some form of desire. Desire is aroused by feelings or emotions rising from the subconscious planes of the mind and seeking expression and manifestation. The imagination pictures the object of the feeling or certain memory images of it, and the desire thus rises to the plane of consciousness. This tension, when sufficiently strong, passes into the phase in which a desire blends into will action. In the second phase of will activity, there is a balancing and weighing of desires, or at least a weighing and balancing of several courses of action in order to determine their values as a channel of expression of the strongest desires. Sometimes there is present a dominant desire that presses aside all other desires. But, as a rule, there is first a conflict of desires, which results either in the victory of the strongest desire present at that moment, or else an average struck between several strong desires then present. In the case of individuals of higher emotional and intellectual culture, the desires concerning the welfare of other persons in whom the individual has a keen interest will often prove stronger than the more personal feelings. Likewise, the prospect of a future greater benefit will often outweigh a lesser though immediate benefit. Finally, the balance is struck and the decision or choice is made. The newer school of psychology insists that there is an intermediate stage between deliberation and action, a stage in which, though decision and choice be made, still there is a holding back from actual action. A typical illustration is the familiar experience of rising in the morning. We may resolve to get up because we see the need of doing so and the penalty for not doing so. Then we firmly make up our mind to rise. But for some reason we linger a little longer, and our resolve does not take form in action. Finally, we suddenly seem to appreciate the need of immediate action, and then the spring of the will is released. In a practical world, decision is of little account unless it is followed by action. For a completed act of will, there must be action along the line of the decision. There are persons who can frame a dozen decisions in the course of a morning and never carry out one of them. If desire, deliberation, and decision do not result in action along the indicated line, the process of will is practically incomplete. Just as the mastermind may train the faculties of thought and the faculties of feeling and emotion, so may it train, control, direct, and master the faculties of the will. The will is the instrument which the ego applies to control the other mental faculties, and control of the will is control of the entire situation. If the student has put into practice the various forms of the control of the other mental faculties, the will itself will be found to have gained strength and power from such use and exercise. Particularly is this so where the attention has been mastered and controlled, for the attention is the principal weapon of the will. Finding the center of power consists of bidding the student to find the center of his mental being, the place where dwells the ego, the master of mind, the I. This consists not alone of merely assenting to the presence of the ego on the part of the intellect, but rather of the conscious feeling of the presence, reality, and power of the I in the center of the mental field, where it masters, directs, controls, and manages the feelings, emotions, thought processes, objects of attention and desire, and finally of the activities of the will. The ego must learn to turn its attention inward upon itself, and to be conscious of its own presence and existence. Each time you control or direct the mind, say to yourself, I, the ego, the mastermind, am doing this. And you will be made conscious of a dawning realization of the ego, which is yourself, your real self. Exert your willpower by practicing the control over the several mental and emotional faculties. Will to think, will to feel, will to act. You may feel a desire to do or not to do a certain thing. Here is your chance to prove your willpower. Deliberately determine that you shall and will desire and feel the exact opposite of your present desire, and then proceed to manifest in action that idea and determination. You will find that the original desire or feeling will struggle and rebel, but you must oppose it to the deadly cold steel of your will as directed by the mastermind or ego. Persevere and yield not an inch. Assert your mastery of your own mental domain. As sure as tomorrow's sun will rise, so surely will your will triumph, for the will is positive to the other mental states when it is properly applied and persistently exerted. Cultivate the faculty of careful deliberation and intelligent determination. Test your feelings, emotions, impulses, and desires by the light of your intellect. Test every desire and impulse by the touchstone of positivity. Will this make me stronger, better, and more efficient? Learn to decide carefully, but at the same time quickly, and without dawdling or waste of time. Then, when you have determined upon your course of action, have decided what to do and how to do it, as well as understanding why you should do it, then proceed to actually do it with all your might. Carefully cultivate the attention until you can focus it upon any object or subject with concentrated force and insistent direction. The attention determines the path of the will, either toward or away from the object of the attention, as the case may be. Attention is the eye of the ego, or mastermind, the driver of the mental chariot. The first and great task of the will is the control and direction of the attention. The will determines the kind of interest that shall prevail at the moment, and the kind of interest largely determines the character of the man, his tastes, his feelings, his thoughts, his acts. Carefully cultivate and acquire the habit of controlling your mental faculties, feelings, desires, and thoughts, as well as your actions, by the power of your awakened will. When you have acquired this habit, and the mental faculties have discovered your power over them, and they also have acquired the habit of obeying, half the battle is over. Then will the wild horses of the mind have learned the lesson of control and will interpose a constantly decreasing degree of resistance, and they will manifest a constantly increasing obedience. Habit becomes second nature, remember, and habit is strengthened by repetition. It is of great benefit to occasionally drive your mental steeds in directions contrary to that in which they wish to travel. One of the best methods of mind mastery is to compel yourself to occasionally perform some disagreeable task, something you do not wish to do or do not feel like doing. By doing a few disagreeable things once in a while, you will gain a wonderful control over your emotional nature and desire mind that will serve you well in some future hour of need when you require every available ounce of your willpower in order to act right. By following this course, you will educate your mental faculties in the direction of acquiring the habit of yielding to the control and mastery of the will. One of the best and simplest methods of putting this rule into practice is that of heeding the popular adage, "Do it now." Procrastination is a particularly balky horse, and one that requires careful and persistent attention. Nothing schools the will and renders it ready for effort in this complex world, better than accustoming it to face disagreeable things. We gradually make our characters by separate acts of will, just as the blacksmith by repeated blows beats out a horseshoe or an anchor from a shapeless mess of iron. No presentation of the best modern thought concerning the cultivation of willpower would be complete without mention of the celebrated formulas of the great American psychologist, the late William James. In the acquisition of a new habit or the leaving off of an old one, launch yourself with as strong and decided an initiative as possible. Never suffer an exception to occur till the new habit is securely rooted in your life. Every lapse is like the letting fall of a ball of string which one is carefully winding up. A single slip undoes more than a great many turns will wind again. It is necessary, above all things, in such a situation, never to lose a battle. Seize the very first possible opportunity to act on every resolution you make and on every emotional prompting you may experience in the direction of the habits you wish to gain. It is not the moment of their forming, but in the moment of their producing motor effects that resolves and aspirations communicate their new set to the brain. Keep the faculty alive in you by a little gratuitous exercise every day. That is, be systematically ascetic or heroic in little unnecessary points. Do every day something for no other reason than that you would rather not do it, so that when the hour of dire need draws nigh, it may find you not unnerved and untrained to stand the test. The student who is striving to develop his willpower will do well to hold before his mental vision the inspiring ideal of the goal toward which he is struggling and striving. Let him commit some of these quoted lines to memory and frequently repeat them to himself, and thus create a living ideal which will stimulate and inspire him to continued and renewed effort. The star of the unconquered will, it rises in my breast, serene and resolute and still and calm and self-possessed. So nigh is grandeur to our dust, so near to God is man, when duty whispers low, "Thou must." The youth replies, "I can." The great difference between men, between the feeble and the powerful, the great and the insignificant, is energy, invincible determination, a purpose once fixed, and then death or victory. Resolve is what makes a man manifest. Not puny resolve, not crude determination, not errant purpose, but that strong and indefatigable will which treads down difficulties and danger, which kindles his eye and brain with a proud pulse beat toward the unattainable, will makes men giants. A human being with a settled purpose must accomplish it, and nothing can resist a will which will stake even existence upon its fulfillment. A passionate desire and an unwearied will can perform impossibilities, or what may seem to be such, to the cold and feeble. It is wonderful how even the casualties of life seem to bow to a spirit that will not bow to them, and yield to subserve a design which may threaten to frustrate. When a firm, decisive spirit is recognized, it is curious to see how the space clears around a man and leaves him room and freedom. I am bigger than anything that can happen to me. All these things are outside my door, and I have got the key. Man was meant to be, and ought to be, stronger and more than anything that can happen to him. Man owes his growth chiefly to that active striving of the will, that encounter which we call effort. And it is astonishing to find how often results apparently impracticable are thus made possible. It is will, force of purpose, that enables a man to do or be whatever he sets his mind upon being or doing. Let it be your first duty to teach the world that you are not wood and straw, that there is some iron in you. Parting words. And now, my good reader, we have come to the end of this book. Its pages are filled with information of vital importance to you, information which will make your character what you wish it to be, providing that you so will it, and providing that you will back up that will with persistent, determined purpose and effort. I can do no more for you than to point out the way for you to travel. You must tread the path yourself. Decide which you wish to be, master mind or slave mind. You have the choice. Make it. I have led you to the spring from which bubbles the waters of mastery, but I cannot force you to drink thereof. In the words of an old writer, man must be either the anvil or the hammer. Let each make his choice, and then complain not. If you are the hammer, strike your fill. If the anvil, stand you still.